It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We repping our team, standing side by side. We don't lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. Stop the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We repping our team, standing side by side. We don't lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. Stop the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We repping our team, standing side by side. We don't lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. Start the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel that pride. We're repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. Start the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel that pride. We're repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd.
Yes, good people, big up to all of you. Welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome for another edition of the Blue Morning Show. We do have a few items lined up to talk about. Not too much, but enough to keep us busy until the end of the show. We'll talk about Chelsea versus Arsenal. Maresca's press conference will still be here until it happens. I don't think it's happened already. And then we'll talk about Parma's possible return for that game. And then we'll talk about the banter going on between Barcelona fans and Chelsea fans. Chelsea admin really did cook them with that picture and containing Estevão Willian in the frame, because Barcelona started it before the game and we won in style with a delicious goal from Estevão Willian. It's only fair that I admit that he needs it. They need to give him a pay rise. Wallahi, that was delicious. That's, by the way, as usual, because we don't have too much lined up to talk about. We will definitely go news hunting to see if anything new emerged as the show progresses. And be rest assured, if anything new emerges as the show progresses, this will be the first place you'll hear about it. So once again, welcome to the Blue Morning Show. Yes, let's see. We have Patrick Joyce in the house, always bringing us updates after updates. Patrick, I appreciate you, and hopefully, those that will be part of the conversation today in the chat will appreciate your updates. And yeah, hopefully, once again, I would have people join the conversation so that you viewers will get diversified opinions. So I'm gonna keep going. I'll leave the Barcelona Chelsea banter for a bit. But I'm gonna go news hunting alone. Not in Madueke for this, which means I need to go to the presentation window. He seemed to be to be up for this one. He can't wait to be on the pitch against Chelsea, and my goodness, he would want to score. Who wouldn't? And I hope he doesn't. That is serious banter material if he does. But I think he's had a lot. He's had a lot of stuff to say of late about the game against Chelsea. Big up to you too, Jay. Yay! That's a good one. Big up, Coachila. But nice to see you, Jay. I do hope you're doing well, and I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation. 23 people following the show already, and we have just 4 likes. Yeah, we should be doing a lot better than 4 likes, because if half of you take a second to drop a like on the video, we'll have at least 12 likes. But Jay, nice to see you. We have Daniel Knights, nice to see you. It's been a minute. I do hope you're doing well. So Noni Madueke here says, for me, it's another game. Honestly, the fixture is not about him. That is very correct. Give him credit for that. The fixture is about Arsenal getting another 3 points in the league and being closer to our objectives. It just, but that second part of that, what I just read, for me, seems like they're confident they're gonna beat us, and I like it when that is the case. As I've said before, irrespective of what the outcome of the game ends up being, the bigger the occasion, the more confident I feel. So let's read on. In the second paragraph, he says that is honestly how I think about it. It might be a little bit hostile. It might not be. But I am a professional footballer. Very correct. I have played in loads of atmospheres. I don't know if anything will face me. So that aspect is unnecessary, in my opinion. But that shows you the sort of individual he is. I would have stopped where I talked about the atmosphere might be hostile, it might not be, and that's it. I'm only telling people how you've played in loads of atmosphere. I don't know if anything will face me. I will just be focused on the task. But here's the thing, more importantly, the fixture is not about him, but fans will make it about him. Kai Havertz, and then I think you can throw in Declan Rice into that conversation because of the comparison between of him and Moises Caicedo. So, but the first paragraph screams how they feel. For me, it reflects the facts within their camp. They already feel like they have the 3 points. I know in public they tell you, we need to put in the work. Chelsea, a very good side. I think they're underrated. They don't see a world where we beat them, and I hope that's truly the case. Hopefully, Reece James pocket Madueke. I don't think Reece James will play on the flanks. I think Maresca will go with more of a pacer player. That's why I think we'd still see Malo Gusto start that game. Whether that leads to Reece James not starting immediately, I don't know, but we'll see what he does. Big up to you, to Gabriel Moru, nice to see you. Once is that Gabriel? Moru, yeah. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. But thank you for joining the conversation. But more importantly, I'd like to let you guys know that I have the captain of the community on the panel with me in Constantine. Big up to you too, my friend. It's not Aussie.
Damn, that was a good second one. That was a good effort, coach. You paused in the middle and then continued with the rhyme. Very nice.
So I did it well.
Yeah, it's good. I like that. I like the little pause and then more. Yeah, that's nice.
Okay. All right. Big up to you, my bro. Thank you for joining me on the panel. You've seen that Madueke, he's been saying a lot of late. But irrespective of what he said, this the first paragraph on what we have on the screen stands out to me, in my opinion. It feels like they're confident they're definitely beating us. They feel like even they're from their fans, they're not concerned one bit. They're not facing us. They feel like
they're the best in the world at the moment.
But let's hear you.
They're the world champions at the moment. So yeah.
Yeah, go ahead with what you were saying.
Did you see that? They're saying that the number one team in the world at the moment, they're the world champions at the moment.
Ibal?
Arsenal think they're the world champions.
Somebody did a video, Egal TV.
Yeah. Him, and then on obviously everyone following up on that. All the big Arsenal accounts doing the same. So, like, seriously, oh my goodness, that just tells you the type of fan base they are. But anyway, I don't care about Madueke too much. Like you said, he says too much. Again, he went a bit too far. He didn't need to go that far, but it is.
He doesn't have to go to the extent of saying how it does. Just say he started as well, but the way he ended it, it's just about him being full of himself. Nobody asked him to go ahead.
Yeah, as usual, he's gonna always try to add something extra to it. And he's not gonna. I doubt he's gonna play. I don't think he's gonna play. We'll see if he does or not. If
I think he might.
He might, but will Arteta put him in that atmosphere? I don't know.
He will, because that's even more reason why to put him, start him in that game, because he would want to. He knows he'd be hungry to be. You could say to do some damage against us.
Yeah. There's hungry, and then there's performances. He hasn't been very good at all in the Premier League. Nothing in 8-9 games, 0 assists, 0 goals, nothing. So he's not been very good in the Premier League at all. Like, horrible, actually, the stats. So it just depends if Arteta wants to risk it. We'll see what it does. I have a feeling.
If I were Arteta, I'd risk it.
It's too important, this game, for them. If they win this game, say they go ahead of us. It's basically a 6-point game, 9-point game, basically. So, I wouldn't risk it if I was him, but I hope he does risk it. Either way, it doesn't matter. You got Cucurella will be there to shut him up pretty nicely anyway. And Cucurella will know he's got no right foot. He's not going on his right, just like he did with Lamal. I hope he actually does start, because Cucurella will absolutely shut him up.
In all honesty, I'm more concerned about it, Barry Chasing. If they win the title, honestly, it'd be mainly because of him. He's such an excellent footballer. You could say, in my humble opinion, I'm going to say this again, he's the best creator they have at Arsenal.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, no. Ødegaard,
and he adds goals to it too. The sort of goals you don't get a lot from Arsenal players. He has those, like those surprise goals. And he's such an intelligent player, a fine creator. He has everything. I think for me, he's the guy that will make a huge difference for them this season. Could have scored one against Bayern, but so shockingly he missed that one. But he scored more difficult goals for them than that one, actually. But go ahead.
Well, he's the one that's got a bit more free roll, and it's got free more space, and on the edge of the box can make late runs. He's got a great shot. He's also can make. He's definitely their most creative player, like you said. Ødegaard doesn't come close to him, in my opinion, in that sense.
He's a better creator than Ødegaard.
Yeah, he is. Of course he is. So, yeah, he's very important. He's one I would circle that. Let's see if Arteta starts him. He might not, because he's already played games in a row. So maybe Ødegaard might go in that role. We'll see what happens. But, he's the one I would circle as well, because he's got that free sort of role, 10 in behind that can go anywhere he wants. He's the dangerous one. And you've seen it in the games. He's scored so many goals for them. They don't really score that much because they don't have that much of a threat usually. They keep a very more lower scores. They scored a couple now in a couple of nice last couple of games, but they don't really score that much. They just started to do that. So, look, I'm not too worried. Again, just like Barcelona, we're at home. I'm not too worried. I mean, I think a draw is probably out. For us, that probably I see that happening. Probably a draw again, like Barcelona, but more likely it'll be a close game. They don't play high line like Barcelona, so they're much more organized, strong defensively. They've got quite a lot of physicality all over the pitch. Look, they're a very good team, but we're at home. I think we can get a good result there.
Physicality is the only aspect the team comparison says numbers show we're actually a little bit better than them. Every other aspect, they're a little bit better than us. You could say they have a good squad, we have a good squad, but they're more of a unit than we are.
Well, yeah, they've got a more certain starting players, and they've added to that, so they've got a lot of experience as well. So yeah, look, they're a good team, very good team. We'll see how they go, but I'm at home. Us being at home, and especially after the Barcelona, that should give us a lot of confidence. We play the same like we did against Barcelona. They're not beating us, that's for sure. So it just depends. Just depends what they do, if they do anything different. It depends what Maresca is going to go with as well. Because it'll be very interesting to see that when we go through it later, because there's a lot of players that have played now 4 games in a very short period of time. So it will be interesting to see 3 or 4 games to see if he's going to rotate some players.
Yeah, we'll see. Jay, big up to you. Thank you for joining us on the panel today. Looks like you have space today, but I appreciate you joining. Where do you want to come in? But usually before you come onto the panel, something must have, pushed you to.
Not exactly. Big up, coach. Big up, Dante.
Big up to you too, my brother.
You simply got time, coach. That's all.
Yeah. So, I think we'll center our discussion towards the Arsenal clash. But before jumping there, I just want to add some things about the Barcelona match. I think that was such a big occasion for us.
Yeah, go
such
ahead,
a
bro.
big team.
We're here for it because the banter is still going on. Are you online?
Yeah.
And Chelsea admin is cooking. I'm trying to find that tweet, but go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, rightly so. I know what you're talking about. It's the the Messi Iniesta
I
one.
think Iniesta or who was it, Xavi?
Yes.
But go ahead.
I think it's the 2009 one where they posted that image of Iniesta, and Chelsea admin did him dirty. And why not?
Yeah, they hired a new admin team at the start of the season, and they've been very, very good. They've done it a lot, and they're really cooking, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay. Cook. Let's hear you.
1 second, coach. I think I have some internet issues. 1 second.
Okay. So let's see what Chelsea fans, what they have to say under that Madueke. I think it's a report. It'd be correct to call it a report. The first person, Kashish, says Madueke scoring on Sunday will be the most Chelsea fan. Have we had that happen under Maresca? Have we? Kai Havertz, right? Was it under Maresca that he scored that goal at home?
No, I don't think it was.
I think it was one of the legs.
Can't remember. I'm not sure.
I can't remember either. Nani in the Arsenal jersey will win Chelsea the game. Daddy Sweetheart, what a name. The Big Bemi says Chelsea really miss Madueke. With Madueke in the team, we would be in a better position now. That's absolute horse dunk. And more importantly, it's important to actually note that, he wanted to leave. He wasn't pushed out. But I suspected he was going to leave anyway. We discussed how he'd probably fear a situation where he'd not be the regular starter. We knew that was going to happen. He wasn't ready to compete because, he's the sort of player that's so full of himself. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but that's just my opinion. Jay, whenever you're ready to speak, just let me know. Who told him the fixture was about him? He thought maybe because, you could argue some fans will make it about him, make it seem like it's about him and versus his former teammates. Yeah. Okay. Ego of Ronaldo, skill of Benteke. Benteke is actually an underrated player. A very good player, honestly. Cannot wait to find him in Kukureya's pocket. I just don't want Kukureya to overdo it. We don't actually need Kukureya alone to stop Nani Madueke. There are other players that are capable of stopping him. Jay, I don't know if you found a solution to your interconnection
Yeah,
issue.
yeah,
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
fine now. Yeah, I think that was a big with Arsenal, and the way they defeated them was much bigger. And uh, it's been called an agenda that Barcelona has been really poor this season, and anyone can beat them, which I find so funny. You know, the
Yeah.
individual talent and the superstar quality that the team has in them, and it's always in hindsight when we come out victorious after a result that all these things come out.
They
And I think
downplay.
yeah, particularly for us, I think it's a big one. The rivalry that we hold with them, all the controversies, the refereeing decision, the 2009 one, you know, the Torres goal in the semi-final. I think
Mhm.
it's a bigger achievement for us. I know we were defeated against Bayern, but let's be honest, that match doesn't really reflect the 3-1. If you have seen the Bayern Munich match with Chelsea, I think it was much closer, and
Mhm.
it was some individual mistakes by
Of
our
course, we lost. You say
defenders.
the focus
Yeah.
will be on how we self-destructed on that day.
Yeah,
It's not, yeah, and
I
even
don't.
against Arsenal, I saw they didn't really play this. They rotated quite a few players. I don't know why they did against that Arsenal, but they had to put a really weak midfield out, and I don't know, they put some youngsters as well. I don't know why they played such a weak team against Arsenal away by
Yeah,
Newcastle.
and Dante, what Manuel Neuer did in that match is also something to notice. The two
Exactly. Yeah.
mistakes, three of the two goals were total ludicrous mistakes by Manuel Neuer. So
Yeah,
we have to
actually, when
take
I
this
saw the
into
lineup and that, I
consideration.
thought they're going to probably lose. I mean, what's this lineup you're putting? You put a couple of kids in. You rotated some of the better midfielders off the field. I'm like, all right, well, you're going against an Arsenal team that's got a really strong
Those are
midfield.
excellent points. Let's still not downplay the fact they beat them.
Yeah. I'm just saying it. I think it's not such a relevant victory like the way they're making it. Yeah, okay, congratulations, you won, but I think that has to do a lot with Bayern Munich. For some reason, they didn't worry about too much about that game for some reason.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay. Sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, let's keep my focus on our match rather than the Arsenal's fan base. I was really impressed by that match, really impressed. Obviously, Maresca was going to surprise a lot of people. This is one, you know, one thing which can be positive or negative in individual size. You can see how you want to, but he is always a surprise. You can never catch what he's going to put. I think it was just one page or one account that. Plays that Pedro Neto was going to play as a striker. Other than that, I personally myself also did not really predicted
I
that
didn't
this
expect that.
was. Yeah, you can't, and that's a good thing as well. Sometimes that's a really good thing. Look, I have my criticism for Maresca on one or two occasions, particularly the Man United match. But other than that, he is really flawless, and he has proved himself to be the right guy, especially for a squad like Chelsea, the young players like Chelsea. I think he is one of the best coaches around in Europe who you want to manage such a young team, and I think he's doing a very good job. After the international break, we were looking forward for these three matches. He has done two out of three, and I'm really hopeful for the third match as well. And we need to prove ourselves a lot, especially the record that we hold against Arsenal. I mentioned it yesterday as well. It's shocking, and
10-year
at
record.
some
Is it 10-year?
not 10 years, but it was the last 10 matches. We got just one
Or
victory
10
against them,
matches?
and
Yeah.
yeah, and the home record is absolutely horrendous as well. So it's, I think, the perfect time for us to end this nonsense, and I think we are going to do that.
Yeah. Let's see. Where did I stop here? A good comment here from Gabriel Morud, who says that no big worries on for you. Chelsea have to pocket this these points, James is starting in the midfield and Estevao once again given a chance to start, we shall be there. I know you weren't part, Dante, you weren't part of the conversation yesterday when we asked people whether they'd like Estevao to start. We also used a poll and of around 20 plus participants. Not good enough sample size, but I think you can trust it to a considerable measure because all Chelsea fans were so 80% plus want the manager to start him. Only I think how many percent, but you get the rest isn't that much. Shared between him coming on as a super sub and the other one rest him. So a lot of Chelsea fans want him to start. Whether the manager does that, I honestly don't know. Hello to you too, up the Chelsea. Indeed, thank you for joining the conversation. And we have Elijah Black saying Chelsea must must take their chances and should avoid all corners at all costs. Let's see.
Just to add
Big
to
up
that,
to you
Coach,
too.
quickly. Sorry, before you go on. What did you say? 80% want him to start?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Look, I think he's got a good chance to start. Why? Because Neto is one of those players that have played 3 games on the trot now in a very short period of time. So I think there's a very high chance he might start against Arsenal because of that. Because I don't know if Neto can start again in such a short period of time. In 7 days, 3 games, that's a lot for him.
How about the manager seeing it from the perspective of Estevao can have a lot of fun playing against Leeds that leaves a lot of spaces in behind.
Yeah, no, but the only reason I bring it up, Neto played so much and he then played at striker. So as striker, he was working even a little bit more as running, shutting down, going out wide as well. But so I think he's played a lot, Neto. He's one of those that he's got the little question mark on injury record. So I wouldn't be surprised he doesn't play again because of that reason. And Estevao starts. Estevao is young. He can start 2 games in a row. That's no problem. But yeah, I can see it going that way, actually, to be honest, because of that reason mostly.
Yeah, and Elijah says Arsenal won to a weaker Bayern team. No Luis Diaz. Yes, I'm going to say this again. The same way we don't like it when people downplay our progress or our victory over certain teams. I don't think we should, irrespective of who they started. That's their opinion. But we know that they would be better off having certain players on the pitch, but it doesn't matter. Arsenal didn't ask them to do that. Big up to you too. Nice to see you, Mr. Wesley. I do hope you're doing well. Tactics from the coaches will determine the job. We will win this game. I think it will be down to the players, really. But Houston, as I've said before, the bigger the occasion, the more confident I feel. We're losing to the mighty Arsenal team. Okay, and I'm not even mad. They are worthy opponents. Okay, we losing. Okay, but I get where you're coming from. I don't want us to lose. I want us to win. I don't even want to draw. But let's see what happens. Arsenal match, must-win match for us. For the pride. If we go head-to-head like Leeds did, we win. I believe Estevao has proved his worth. What he can do without or without the ball. That's not the question. The question is not risking him getting injured. While we'll have other players that can be on the pitch and do a better job, do a good enough job for us. Yeah, and also not putting so much, not playing it, not you could say playing him constantly and end up him end up feeling a lot more pressure than he should at a very young age. But he might still start. I don't think we've overdone anything right now. Even his agent, he's spoken publicly with regards how the manager has handled Esteva's start to life as a Chelsea player. He likes it, and he did take a dig at Barcelona how badly they handled that of Victor Roque, who's now back in Brazil, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. How Sunderland played well should put pressure like they did. The overall stats we looked at suggest we're more physical than them, but they press slightly better than us, attack slightly better than us. You can say down to the fact that they are more of a unit than we are. I hope the lap doesn't start. Okay, I see you don't rate him, but he's gonna shock you. Juju man, that's all I have to say. If they play Madueke, we will win. Okay, I'd rather him not play. none of these pundits give us a chance against Arsenal. It seems they still haven't learned. A point still need to be proved. Okay, let's see. It's Cole available. We'll talk about that in a bit. I'm not sure what's going to happen. What a feeling it will be if Estevao scored. If it scored the winning goal for us on that day, it would be excellent. Chairman, nice to see you. Jay, I'm going to come back to you. You want to add anything to what Madueke said? Or to you, it's nothing. For me, I think it's nothing, but I just had to analyze the comment.
Yeah. Look, I have this particular issue with our fan base. The players that leave us, or whether it's after 2 years, 3 years, it happened in the Howard's case as well, and now it's happening with the Madueke situation as well. I don't particularly like the attitude that they became enemy of us. The moment they leave us. I'm sure it was not only Madueke that tried a rebellion to go to Arsenal. I think it was mutual. Chelsea agreed, he agreed, and he's gone there, and he provided us a great fees as well. I think 20 million more than what we bought him for, and we got Estevao for him in that position. If you want to, player
So
for
that there
player,
are
if you want to come
reasons
back.
to move on quickly.
Yeah, I mean, what is the reason for us to, have an animosity towards him? We got a greater player in Estevao for us. He gave us whatever he could in the 2 years he had here. And even looking at the comments that he gave in the interview or whatever that was after the post-match interview, I don't think he said anything much wrong in that. I think particularly the interviewer asked him a specific question to which he replied. And I think it's more of online fans, the X space, which triggers by smaller things, but I don't particularly see any issues with it. The interviewer asked him a particular question and he answered it. Maybe about the atmosphere of the crowd, he can, but I think that's a very generic thing to say about any big club's environment. He will say that for any bigger club. So I personally don't find any issue in that, and yeah, I think we need as a fan base to be a little chill uh, towards the
Jay,
players that leave us.
what do you think about though his post a few days ago with the 20 putting in the back? He's much better, etc.
I don't think I'm aware
that's
about
also,
that.
in
So.
my opinion, taken out of context. I think they're talking about maybe he meant it to just maybe it
No,
was
he meant it,
designed
coach.
to like wind up Chelsea fans because the way it was done, they could have done it with someone else.
Yeah, no, it was meant. It was on purpose. It was on purpose. Yes,
Yeah,
definitely. With
these
Chelsea
things
going
Sorry,
happen.
up, it's
I'm
not a
actually not
coincidence.
aware about it.
Oh, you haven't seen that one? You should see it. I think. I mean, it'd be. I wouldn't question anyone that believes, just as Dante has he said here right a few seconds ago, that that was on papers designed to wind up Chelsea fan base. You could
Okay.
say that, and that might have been the case. The chances are it was a coincidence, but I am more on the part that it was designed to wind up the Chelsea fan base, but that's fine. And I think if that was, then definitely he's starting on Sunday.
Yeah, let me rephrase my statement in a better way. Personally, I am okay with it. The players that leave us, I have a little respect for them, and I don't get offended. But on the other hand, I respect the fan base as well. As you mentioned, he did something which looks like that it has been,
Designed to wind
obvious,
up the
to
Chelsea
trigger
fans.
the
Yeah.
fan base. Then I think it's healthy. Maybe that is something that the current age of social media does warrant. And if that's been taken healthy by both the fans and the player side, then yeah, I think I'm okay with it. Personally, I won't do it, but I don't mind if others are of that mindset.
Yeah, I agree with you. No, I mean, no harms in my opinion, but he's gonna get what he wants. What a feeling it will be if Estevao. Yeah, we've addressed that one in here. I think it's because players become more disciplined after they leave us. Really, that is some comment right there. Okay, you're entitled to your opinion, and if you believe that's the case, fine. I see it differently. I don't think Madueke said anything bad. I don't think either. But here's the thing: he will say he will not say in a manner that disrespects the club, but you can read between the lines and you can say conclude, find something you can say derive maybe certain points by yourself, by dissecting and analyzing what he said. Look, we read the comments. This one in particular. Let me go to the presentation screen. We read this comment here on the screen. This one here. Give me 1 second. And I have nothing against it. I'm just saying. My understanding of the first paragraph is that it seems like they're confident they will beat us, because his words are reflective of Arsenal's you could say belief as a group that they're coming to take all 3 points from us, and I have nothing against that. That's just me using that to be able to tell how they feel coming into the game. But yeah, I hope they come into the game with the confidence that they're going to beat us. Yeah, nothing wrong in that, in my opinion. But it's only fair that sometimes you try to make sense of what they're saying beyond what it seems like on the surface. We never lost anything by Madueke going to Arsenal, to be honest. In fact, there was more to gain. So no animosity from me. None from a lot of people. But banter will never cease to exist. But this is not banter, and it's only natural that certain quarter or maybe of the fan base, certain quarter of the fan base, I think that's accurate, to not like him for joining our rivals in the first place. And some would argue, and that's how I see it too, but I know we're upgraded. There's a reason.
Yeah, Coach. There's this. I won't name the account. He was the biggest Madueke fan ever, and he completely like called out everyone when he left. And after he did that post of the 20, I'm much better, etc. He turned against him and said, "Yeah, no, that's it." He wrote like a big post. I've always backed you, blah 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 and blah. But after that, I'm sorry. Yeah, So there's a lot of people turning on me. He's only brought it on to himself. I don't have a problem with this one, but the one before, he's asking for trouble. So you ask for trouble, you're gonna get it. Simple as that.
Like that's similar. You can argue that is no different from Kai Havertz saying
exactly.
that he be something with regards to winning it with I think he will want to win it. He wants to win it even more with Arsenal. That's slightly, you say, saying, I'm not sure how else to phrase it, but you get where I'm going with that. He could have just said, he won the Champions League with Chelsea, and say something to the effect of, it will also be nice to win it with Arsenal. And Arsenal fans will actually hold him for that. But he said it in a way that he sees Arsenal as a bigger club than Chelsea. That's my interpretation of what he said at the time. He didn't have to do that, but in this case, even if you thought there was nothing to it, the way he celebrated when he scored against us, that was unnecessary. That showed he doesn't have respect for Chelsea. Yeah. So sometimes there's a lot of, you could say, a lot more beyond, you could say, context that we're able to derive from the comments of the individuals. It's a lot more, but that until you can only tell from the individual's behavior. Go ahead. You were saying something.
Go, Jay.
I think the Howard's case I was okay with the transfer in the beginning, but I think later on with time, with years, I think he completely lost it. It was clear that he was reading into social media. He was looking at the comments of the fans, and he was totally triggered by the Chelsea fan base, and he tried to replicate it with the similar, 1 or 2 goals, and he will do something crazy on social media as well. But you know what? I think players also need to mature. They need to speak with their actions, and I haven't seen any performances from both Madueke or Havertz as well. I think he has done nothing with Arsenal as it's concerned with trophies. So do and win something, and then chat rather than scoring 1 or 2 goals.
That eventually, I think he's going to end up leaving Arsenal, and there's going to be bad blood, because if Gyökeres starts performing, he might not get that much of that many opportunities, honestly.
Yeah, he's already done. Gyökeres there. He's not going to have a longer career at Arsenal. Havertz. He's going up. For me, I think he's going to shift in the summer.
What he did, like the disrespect he showed, that shows me and tells me one thing. That shows me and tells me that he didn't get that along with a lot of the players either, because usually from experience, that's what I've seen that happens when they do that. they had some friends on the team, but they don't really get along with a lot of the other teammates. So I think that might be the case as well, and that's why he was so disrespectful and did it as well. So from experience, I've seen that happen quite a few times. Players that left what I played with, and then they weren't very popular in the dressing room. Yeah, they had a couple of few friends here, but they weren't a proper unit. They were friends with everyone, and after they left, yeah, they would score or talk comments like that because they didn't really like a lot of the people, and a lot of them didn't like him in the dressing room either. So just wanted to throw that in there from I've seen in the past experience. That happens quite a lot when that's the case. So I think that happened definitely for sure, in my opinion.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I also want to add that I think it's more, personal and individual mindset. We can't really blame that it's a rivalry between Arsenal and Chelsea. So it's obvious that if a player leaves or get interchanged between the two clubs, there's always going to be such scenarios. I don't agree with that. We have cases of, Willian, David Luiz, and even Peter Cech in the later years. I think we never disrespected them or never created such a thing that happens nowadays with the cases of Kai Havertz
William,
and Noni Madueke.
Jorginho,
Yeah, none of them.
Yeah,
Yeah, they don't respect us, and they
they
never
did.
disrespect
They
us.
were mindful with what they say.
Yeah, that's why I said I brought that up. I think that's the case. Look, Madueke was pretty good. I see still Madueke the guy. If he does maybe score, he might not celebrate. I still maybe, but if he does, well, then that he maybe wasn't quite as popular in that dressing room. Maybe with a few of the guys, but not everyone, because players that do that usually are not quite that popular in the dressing room. Not all of
Yeah,
them.
they felt like everybody hates them.
Yeah, not everyone. I mean, you still got a little circle. Everyone does, but the players from experience, what I've seen, that pretty much with everyone get along when you're a tight knit group, the whole team. Well, then the players like that are always very respectful. There's no reason for them to do it. Whereas this way, there's a little bit of animosity and there's a little bit of reason that they can do it as well. So that's why it pushes them to do it as well.
All right, I'm going to go back to this poll. Should Estevao start versus Arsenal? And now we have a lot more votes than we had the other day. 81 votes in total. 73% wants him to start, 11% wants him rested, and 16% wants him to come on. I think, irrespective of whether we have a million votes or not, a lot more people, close to 80%, would still want him to start. They don't really care that much. Yeah, so let's see what else we have. Yeah, Chelsea win against Arsenal on Sunday. That would be good. This is a must win. Of course, every game is a must win. The reason I want this win so bad is more than Arsenal. It's what it does to the mentality that we should just be comfortable with top four. I don't think we are, but I think we're just being. I think if you understood what Maresca was doing when he was telling people that we weren't in a title race at the time, he was being truthful because he did know, he knew maybe that we weren't ready for it. And even I at the time, and a lot of us that, yeah, we knew at the time that, yeah, we weren't ready. But even though we agreed that the possibility is still was there, but the truth remains from the perspective of you can say the measure of experience that our players had at the time, and the where we were with regards to our project, that we weren't ready. But yeah, and in football anything can happen. But we knew that mathematically we were in the title race, but deep down, for the factors I've already mentioned, we weren't just ready at the time. So Maresca knew what he was doing, and for right now, I don't think he said anything with regards to us winning the title or not. I wouldn't say it is. I'd still say we still have a long way to go. But that's not to say we cannot win it. We can. But you'd be safer saying we're just not quite there yet, which makes more sense and aligns with where we are where we are currently with the progress we've made when you see things from the perspective of the project overall. But despite the way I get where you're coming from, I'm guessing Madueke is referring to either Maresca's staff telling him he wasn't good enough, and the coach didn't see him in his future plans, which ultimately pushed him to leave. No, Maresca actually overplayed him. Maresca liked him a lot, even
He
though
did, definitely.
he
Yeah.
wasn't consistent. This guy, can you believe, played 90 minutes against what's the club we played against in the final of the Conference League?
Betis, yeah.
Betis, but he was SHIT on that day, and yet he finished the game. Tariq George, who had done well in the competition, did he come on at all? Even if he did, he was late in the game. And this guy played 90 minutes.
And
And
he still
that
didn't
wasn't
do
the
nothing.
first. That's how Maresca likes him. So I don't think anybody told him he wasn't good. I think Maresca realized that he started speaking with Arsenal. Because if you heard the stories out there, even from Fabrizio Romano, they reached out to him and he agreed to join them. Probably did let Maresca know that, yeah, he would want to join Arsenal. Nobody pushed him out. And I've argued severally that he comes across as a sort of individual that would feel like you have nothing to teach him. And he did say something that made me feel like maybe I was correct to have said such. He says he's a sort of individual that doesn't want anybody to tell him he cannot do anything. I don't think that's different from saying that, yeah, you know how to do everything. Hardly ever will anybody teach you how to do anything. That's not that much of a. There's no much difference between that and what I just said. But my point is, Maresca loved him. Yeah,
He did.
they had the good. You could say, for me, from what we've seen on the you can say on-field chemistry and the relationship with Cole Palmer, the way he talks during training sessions when we get videos from training sessions, the way they joke around, I don't think he was hated. Maybe we'll find out, but I don't think he was pushed out. But that's just my opinion anyway.
Not
Dante,
by
you wanted to
Maresca,
add to
coach. No,
that?
Maresca liked him. We really had a good relationship. Maresca, no. I said the players maybe, but that's one thing I criticized Maresca quite heavily, and you know that I did that.
We did criticize
Yeah.
him for fielding him even when he wasn't performing.
Correct. Yeah. He went on like a 9-game run.
Anything else to add to that? Go ahead,
He
Dante.
played like 9 games in a row. I remember, no assists, no goals, nothing, and he played every single game. And yes, I wasn't too happy with that. I was a bit upset at Maresca. I'm like, why are you doing this? Obviously, he was trying to get the best out of him, trying to, but it just, I think he definitely favored him a little bit, in my opinion. And I criticized Maresca quite heavily for that.
I do. Jay, you want to add to that? Did we lose Jay?
No, he's
It
still
looks
there,
like
but
he
he's
cannot
busy.
hear us. All right, give me a second, guys. I'll be right back with you. So what else do we have here? We move on from Nani Madueke. We didn't hate him, but we did, again, we knew him so well that we were able to effectively, constructively discuss areas of his game that he needed to improve to become a much better player. And I think, let's see, if he does that, it's not too late yet. He's still young. He might become a much better player after all. But
It's not too
he
late,
has
coach,
the
but
talent. Go ahead.
he hasn't scored or assisted nothing in the Premier League at all in like 9 games. Why do you think that is? If you've watched some of the games, I've watched only a few of them, but the defenders know they know him too well now. I told you he's going to become very predictable, and that's what's happened. They know how to defend him. They know he cannot go onto the right. You basically, keep him away from his left, keep him to go inside, just like Coachila did with Yamal. Basically, he's not going to go on that right hand side. He's not going to go and shoot with his right. When he scored that hat trick, was it against Wolves? He scored 2 goals or 3 goals with his right foot. I thought when I saw that was the first time he's ever scored. I've seen him with his right foot. I'm like, wow, okay, this guy's turned the corner. He's learned to go onto his right and shoot with his right. After that, we never saw it again in the whole league till the end of the season. So, and he's done the same at Arsenal as well. So he's become too predictable. Until he evolves that part of his game, defenders now know very well that what he's going to do. So he's always going to turn in that left and always shoot. So you just keep him always to the right, push him out wide, because he's not a good assist player. He doesn't look for an assist. And if he has to cross the ball, and he will just do it blindly anyway, and he goes to over the top or just to no one or to the defender. He doesn't do it accurately anyway because he's forcing it. So he's not that hard to read and defend. Yeah, he scored, I think, midweek in the Champions League, but that's laid on a bit different. Basically, in the Premier League, he's going to have a tough time of it if he doesn't involve that, because everybody knows now.
Yeah, I don't know. Jay looks like he's away from his desk. So, but Dante, I wanted us to
No,
talk about this.
Oh, he's back, coach.
I'm seeing, I just can't find it online. We can come back to Paul Messing's comment, but I want us to talk about this quickly. I don't want to lose it. Seeing Barca fans showing video of Lamine Yamal's successful dribbles, because there were debates online how he got 7+ rating. He wasn't that bad on the day. It is that Cucurella didn't allow him enjoy himself throughout the game. He was successful at times on the pitch. What do you make of the argument that he was good? You could argue
He wasn't good.
You could say there were some. You could say the rating he got probably some. You could say his reputation, or maybe his what's the language I'm looking for? I think 7 point something rating on the day for me.
It was 7.1. It was just in the
Yeah.
green, just barely.
But does he warrant that rating? In all honesty,
That's down to some stats that give you points, but really he did not have a good game at all, to be honest.
But it was actually you could say the look on his face was a pure reflection of the sort of game he had on the day.
Of course, yeah, and he knew it as well. And then when he got subbed off, of course, he knew. Like, I mean, he just did a few things that earn you points in the stats in that system, the stat system that they have. But if you really look at it, no, it was very. Let's not forget, you hold that guy to a high standard. Doesn't matter his age, because he's already held to a high standard.
Yeah.
He's been that good. So
if he
No,
was
but
if
for him,
he
that's a
wasn't
bad game.
Yamal, that wasn't really a bad game. If we're being truthful.
For him, that's a bad game in my opinion. Yeah,
But for him, given the standard he set for himself, that's a bad game. Yeah, go ahead.
No, so definitely a bad game. So yeah, sometimes those stats are misleading. You know, like sometimes players have bad games and they have got a higher rating just because they've done one little thing there. You know, sometimes you get a yellow card that brings you're really good, and then you get a yellow card and it drops by a point basically because you got a yellow card. So those are sometimes you got to look at the details in those stats sometimes. But no, overall he definitely had a pretty bad game in my opinion. He did absolutely.
Yeah, he did. Honestly, irrespective of his the standards he set for himself, it was a poor showing for him that he had to actually be taken off.
Yeah.
Irrespective of the commentators' understanding of the situation that he was being taken off because they have a game coming up in a few days. Yada yada yada. I don't know if you're still there. Maybe you've locked out. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't think there's much to add. I agree with Dante that the few step overs or some kind of stats, I think they inflate the rating. But that's where the eye test or watching the match live comes into place. And we all saw what happened to that match. And I don't think he was anything above 5.5 or max 6. Even that is a something inflated that I'm saying. I don't think that was a good game at all. He's a very good player. We have seen what he's done to defenders in the past for club and country. So there's no doubt about his skill. What Cucurella did was something phenomenal. I think the world saw that. We were obviously expecting it. I was very much sure about it. And I'm pretty sure that on Sunday as well, he's going to do similar thing to, I don't know, maybe who's going to play in his side, Saka or Madueke, or maybe Martinelli. But yeah, whoever it is, he's going to pocket them as well. I think the system helped a lot if we are going to analyze the Lamine Yamal situation. I think Maresca's system helps the wingers a lot when it was a case for Estevao Willian. If you ask about him particularly, I think our wingers, even Gusto and even Enzo Fernandez, they were there surrounding him to help him out. Yamal was totally left alone. There was no help to him provided. Even De Jong was nowhere near him to help him out. So that made the case much, much worse for him. Obviously, Cucurella did him dirty on several occasions, but yeah, he didn't get any help from his teammates as well. So kudos to Maresca for the system that he provides his wingers, the support, and that's where the likes of Gusto and Enzo Fernandez comes and help the surrounding players.
I think what's his name, the Dutchman and his midfield pairings, they were busy dealing with the flood of attacks from us. And I think one thing we did that people have to pay attention to is that we didn't just stop him, we stopped the supplies to him.
Mm.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
individuals that usually get the ball to him, they themselves were struggling to survive, let alone
Yeah, but
find
Yeah.
them.
I told
Yeah.
you before the game, Coach, he's one of those more classy, slow player, but classy, sits back, passes the ball around time. He doesn't really go too forward. He doesn't go too back. He's just sort of
Just
sits
keep
around that
staying
midfield.
sticking.
Yeah, and that's why Pedri is the guy that works his socks off, but also very technical and goes forward and can track back. He does it all in that midfield. So if you take an ingredient out of there, Ferran was the one that I thought might worry us at the start. Fermin, Lopez. But yeah, he was completely taken out by Caicedo because Caicedo wouldn't have him go past him. So he did a couple of times, and then nearly a couple of times when we lost the ball. But yeah, look, I mean, yeah, De Jong's not going to do absolutely nothing in any game if you don't have the right players around him. I'm sorry. He's just that type of classy player that sits around in that central midfield area and just passes the left, right, through balls. Looks good, but doesn't really do too much if you don't have the guys next to him doing, someone there that he can actually set up or do all that work for him. Otherwise, he's not very effective. And especially in the Premier League against Premier League opposition at pace, there's no time. Good luck with that. So yeah, like I said earlier, I think we're going to dominate that midfield in that game, and because we definitely did that 100%.
Yeah, let's see. Chelsea for the win, according to Peace Moyo. I hope so. We can, but we'll see how the game. We have the twos. We're capable of doing that, but we'll see. If we lose, we go fourth. We cannot allow that to happen. Okay. Thank you for that. The wise. Let's see. What do you guys choose, Premier League or Champions League? I like both, but if we can win the Champions League over the Premier League, I'll take it. Here's the thing. It's simple logic, really. Premier League is a domestic trophy. I know the locals value it over the Champions League. The Champions League is a European trophy. Much bigger trophy, in my opinion, irrespective of whether you win a lot more money if you win the Premier League. I haven't actually taken the time to compare how much you get for winning the Champions League or the Premier League. Then I have to add one more.
I wanted to do a tap in, don't.
Yeah, if you win, go ahead.
Yeah, no. The Club World Cup, yes.
Yeah, that was the one. A global trophy, isn't it? Go ahead, Dante.
Yeah, look, you qualify then pretty much you will be qualified for future Club World Cups, which brings in a lot of revenue and money. Yes, it can affect your season a little bit, but it's going to really bring a lot of revenue money. So once you double that with the Champions League, well, then the money is very, very high. And you're basically into another tournament after, which is only going to become more prestigious and more prestigious, that tournament as well.
Yeah. And for the Club World Cup, let's place them in the order of their importance. Or maybe let's go with the word size rather than importance, because to some people they have trophies that are more important to them. But if we go by the size, not by how much you earn, you get when you win those trophies, respective trophies, but by the size, how many clubs participate, where are they from, the geography of the clubs that participate. Premier League is just within England, right?
Yeah.
Champions League, Europe. Club World Cup, global competition. After the World Cup comes the Club World Cup. It's simple. So, and if you don't mind, I'm still gonna go ahead and add this part of it. World champions. I don't know what the guy is saying. Chelsea will be the best club in the world for the next 3 years plus. Igal can go stick it up his behind. and he cannot win that argument. But that's, by the way, yeah, I've made it clear. So to me, I take the Champions League over the Premier League. But the locals, I think, will almost always choose. It's like, to be more specific, the more traditional locals will almost always choose the Premier League. I've seen people actually
That
say they prefer the FA Cup.
to be honest,
just
coach,
add to that.
I'm not a
Sorry,
local
Jay.
as well, but yeah,
Go ahead,
done.
Jay.
Let me just add quickly one thing. I actually would now. I would prefer the Premier League now
Yes.
because I think that will make us, for the team, for the going forward, that's the one that you need, and to get more support from fan bases and blah blah. That's the one I would
Yeah.
go for now because
Are
we
you
probably might.
saying that because we haven't won that in a while?
Correct. That is a massive statement if you can win the Premier League now.
Okay.
Champions League, Club World Cup, we might
makes
actually
sense.
we might get an auto invite
Yeah.
anyway as defending champions. I think they're going to change that rule from what I've seen. So if they do that, definitely the Premier League I would for now, right now. Yeah.
I think it makes sense. Now, you know what? I agree. The Premier League for now.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
context
Jay.
needed to be added. I think it will become almost a decade since we have won it in 2017. So I think the context of time and relevancy needs to be added. And I think we need to win Premier League. If it's a choice between the two, I will 100% choose Premier League for
Exactly.
now. As you mentioned, I think being relevant in your local league is very, very much important. And plus the credibility, being consistent. The tag that you get with winning a Premier League is that you have been consistent, and most often than not, you are the best team in the league for sure because you are consistent. That's why, if you're asking about quality wise, I think Premier League, the relevancy of Premier League will always be much bigger than Champions League because Champions League, it's a knockout tournament. It's your luck, your day, anything can happen. But I think Premier League requires clear-cut quality and consistency, which we haven't shown, and hence why we haven't been in title race since 2017. So I think it's much, much important for us to win the Premier League, but that doesn't mean Champions League is nothing. That is one key armor that we have against Arsenal. Remember that.
Yeah, I think he makes sense.
Imagine if we somehow win the Premier League this season over Arsenal, what that would do to their fan base.
Ooh.
Oh, that will kill them. That will kill them.
Yeah, I think for Banter too, I think right now also, but more importantly, I think the most sensible thing is that it's a trophy we haven't won in a while right now. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. We've answered that question, and also from the Y's. Is that T1Y? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Maresca really liked Madueke. That's why he was so hard on him. He knows how talented he is. He's a talent. Wasn't perfect. Just needed to do some self-reflection and improve on aspects of his game that he needed to improve upon at the time. We never at any time said he was a player. We always talked about what he needed to do to be better. But his arrogance is nowhere to be found at Arsenal. I think it's easy to interpret his demeanor as arrogance, maybe, or the way he carries himself. Possibly, there might be. I don't know him personally. But at Arsenal, I think more importantly, he's earning a lot more than he was earning at Chelsea. So he'd be able to endure a lot there. He's no longer a Chelsea player, and I'm not concerned. Beating Arsenal, currently the best team in Europe, would massively boost the team's morale and even push the management to invest more in that defense come January. Do I think we'd sign a defender January? It's a possibility, but in my opinion, I'd say I don't see that happening because the defenders we have are out on loan. They're doing relatively well, except if the aim would be to sign a defender with good leadership qualities to add leadership in that back line. You could argue we lack that right now, but we have players that are capable of, you could say, taking things upon themselves and lead in the back line. Levi Colwell, I can't believe I'm saying this. Actually, I think he's capable of doing that. Fofana, maybe, I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure how people can say they're the best team in Europe at the moment. How are they the best team in Europe?
That's his opinion. They're not the best.
I mean, they lost to Liverpool in the league First of all, they didn't beat Liverpool, the current champions, and look how Liverpool are. So they lost to Liverpool. A 1-0.
Oh, they did lose to Liverpool this season. Yeah,
1-0. Yeah. So they're really not
a
even
free kick.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it was. They lost. So they lost to them. So I mean, okay, if you want to say, but haven't even beaten Liverpool. So how can they be the best, team in Europe at the moment? Did they play? Have they beaten PSG, the current European champions?
They
Don't
didn't.
think
No.
so. Nope. So how can they be the best?
So I don't think it's justifiable to say they're the best. They're not. Let's see. So who exactly was Madueke referring to in those comments? I don't know. He made after the Bayern game, especially when he said, "I don't like when someone tells me I cannot do it." That's why I'm saying it's open to interpretation. Was it? And that wasn't actually exactly after that game. He said that at another time. But that it's open to interpretation. That could be the fact that maybe him not knowing, because sometimes you can say sometimes your subconscious can actually trigger certain things in you, leading to you saying things without knowing you are giving away what you're thinking. So chances are him saying that simply meant, you could say, he's telling us without knowing it that Maresca told him he needs to improve certain aspects of his game. So maybe he thought Maresca had no right to tell him that he's not good in something. Okay, so he needs to improve on certain aspect of his game, but we don't know. I just have to be honest there. But yeah, it's open. The comments is open for interpretation, and that's how I see it. And I'm the sort of person that every word that comes out of your mouth, I scrutinize. If we are truly determined to win that game, we need to cut out silly fouls in dangerous areas and avoid giving away cheap corners, because those guys will bully us on set piece. It depends on who starts in the back line for us, and I think of late we've actually cut down the number of mistakes we make per game. We have kept how many clean sheets in a row? So that's a serious improvement in my opinion. But honestly, we have a better chance of winning the Champions League than the Premier League. And I'm going to say this, I've said it before, the Champions League is much easier to win than the Premier League. Because on our day, we've shown we can beat the best teams in Europe. And the Bayern loss, for me, a one-off thing. The day majority of our young players made their debut in Europe and weren't up for it. Made silly mistakes and all that. But that's by the way. So let's read this man. I think I've read this before, but I'm going to read it again to be sure. I'm talking about I'm referencing the same comment from Paul Merson. Paul Merson says, Paul Merson, how do you pronounce that? His last name, Merson?
Merson, yeah. Paul
Merson. Paul Merson says, can Chelsea beat Arsenal? I don't think so. Okay. I am a Chelsea fan and I watch this team all the time. I just don't think Arsenal will lose this game. Chelsea have a very young team and are always up and down in terms of results. I don't believe Chelsea have the experience to win the league title. He hasn't said anything here. He didn't say whether Arsenal will beat us. Well, maybe he's just being cautious because he's a Chelsea fan. But I think he leaves room for deniability every time he speaks.
Let me correct I'm a Chelsea fan. I'm a Chelsea.
You broke up. Looks like you're 7-11 today. You have to say what you said before. You broke up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Go back to the correction aspect.
Okay, go. Yeah, correct Chelsea fan. He's not a current Chelsea fan. He's a Clear Lake hater. Wanted him out from the start. He's one of those. And Maresca as well from the start. He didn't like. And he's a Clear Lake hater. So he's not really a Chelsea fan at the moment. So he's only talked about negative about us. Never one positive thing, hardly ever. He was always negative. And let's not forget, he played for Arsenal most of his career as well. So I'm not sure how that goes.
Okay. Let's hear you if you're there, Jay. Do you have anything to add to that, Paul? Again, he didn't make a prediction. Maybe there's another part of his, you can say, comments where he predicted the outcome of the game. Jay, I don't know if you're there. If Jay isn't there, then we'll go to reading Chelsea fans what they have to say.
Yeah,
Jay, if you're there.
Look, I don't really know about his, connection with Chelsea, or how much or how lesser of a fan he is of the club. But um, yeah, I think it's fine. It's a general thing for fan bases and people outside Chelsea to underappreciate us, or don't take us seriously before a big clash. They did it against PSG. I'm sure a lot of them did it against Barca, and
All
I
of
think
them
it's
did.
another, yeah,
Even
it's
some
another
Chelsea
case against
fans did,
Arsenal
in
as
my
well.
opinion. But go ahead.
I think it's another case that they are not taking us seriously against Arsenal, not giving us any chances. It's a clear-cut L for us, according to them. And I actually like this case. We always perform really well when we are, when we are the
When
underdog,
they don't
or
give us
we
a
are not
chance,
being
right?
appreciated. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. They can continue doing that, and we can continue proving them wrong.
Pretty much, yeah. No, I just wanted to make that just to let people know he's Chelsea fan, but he's hated his owners from the start and has made his feelings known that he doesn't like him, doesn't want him out, didn't want Maresca, doesn't like how Maresca coaches. He even said Maresca before is a one-trick pony, championship manager. So I have no respect for this guy at all because, I don't like, especially in their position where they are. And he says he's a Chelsea fan as well. I mean, you can't be talking stuff like that. I really despise stuff like that. Be objective. You're in a position and you're a Chelsea fan. Well, you're actually turning a lot of Chelsea fans against Chelsea by always, going that way, basically.
Yeah. And a quick message to my Ghanaian bro here in Redmond. Sisieko, is that what? Sisiakoto? Osei Koto. But let me stick with Redmond. Um, Please do not use more than 3 emojis. You use 5 emojis. The beautiful Ghanaian flag, by the way. But the machine, or you could call it the AI that is policing the chat, doesn't allow more than 3 emojis, and that was why it deleted your message and timed you out. But I've undeleted your message is now showing. Please just don't use more than 3 emojis, Redmond. Okay, welcome. Feel at home, express yourself, and be happy. But I'm gonna still read your comment if it shows on the screen here. Let's see, what else do we have here? People like Merson should leave our club alone. I refuse to have that kind of mentality when we have a young squad like PSG, putting fear in the hearts of the opponents. Yeah, PSG won a lot of stuff with a very young squad, actually. But of course, it's Chelsea. Usually, the focus is how much we spend, and a lot of them did speak as if they don't understand how football works. That if you have a very young squad, all you have to do is just to try to keep them together as long as they're there. I've always known that, yeah, it might take a while for things to fall into place, and actually we're ahead of our schedule, in my opinion. But some of them did speak at the time as if they don't understand that, yeah, these kids will eventually mature into world beaters. Chalma is saying Declan Rice is the most dangerous weapon in that Arsenal team. His movements and set piece deliveries are top notch, and he's the only player I am genuinely worried of. Eberechieze is the player I'm concerned about. I have to tell you this once again, not Declan Rice.
I don't
Uh,
know why people. He scored those two
Rice is
free
a
kicks.
good player, but I'm more concerned about the Chiese, not Saka, not Noni Madueke. Those either of those that again, or Madueke or Saka might end up scoring on the day, but the Chiese, I can tell you now, will be involved if Arsenal scores on that day. But go ahead, score on that day. Go ahead, Dante.
I don't know what this Declan Rice is so good at set piece deliveries. Doesn't really. He does. He scored like 3 goals, those two against Real Madrid, and ever since then, it's like he's a world class free kick taker. Like
He's not. I mean, you can, if you, to help yourself, go compare, to those of you saying he's a free kick expert, go compare the ratio of the conversion to the ratio of the volume of free kicks he's taken. That will give you an
exactly.
idea whether you should classify him as a free kick specialist. I don't think he is. But go ahead, Dante.
That's why I say that's very miscued because he scored those because people remember those 2 free kicks he scored against Real Madrid. I mean, okay, well, yeah, great. He did very well. I congratulate. He was amazing, but you can't say he's a top set piece delivery taker because he doesn't really score that many. Like you said, go look at the stats. So, I think people just have a bit of a closed mind when it comes to things like that. They see those 2 he scored. He's the best set piece keeper. He's such a good set piece. So I just wanted to point that out. Sorry.
No, he's not. You can argue at this point, irrespective of how close the ones he didn't score, how close they've looked or they were, it doesn't really matter. The most important thing is the ratio of the conversion rate to the volume of free kicks he's taking. It's really that simple. So let's see. I don't know if you have anything to add to that. Otherwise, I'm going to see. I want to read Chelsea fans cooking Paul Merson. If you're there, Jay, if you want to add to Declan Rice being a free kick expert or not.
Yeah, I'll be honest. He's a very good player. He has developed into a really serious
question,
player.
yeah.
And I think, if you are counting, the current top 5 midfielders in the world, it will include Declan Rice and Caicedo as well. So he is definitely that good. The GA part, as Dante mentioned, is obviously not there. He did score, worldies against Real Madrid and a few other. But the thing is that the other stuff that he does, like Caicedo, which are not included in GNA, is remarkable. He controls the game, and I think he is the backbone of that Arsenal team. I won't be surprised if he goes on and captains and becomes the captain of the Arsenal side. He's that good.
He's a natural leader. We've always known.
Yeah,
that.
as much as I despise him because he's good. Yeah, as much as he's good, I wanted him at Chelsea. I really wanted him before Caicedo came, and I think personally, we got the better player. If we are going to compare the two, although they play a little different style, but I think we got the better one. But definitely, he's a very, very good player.
The reason I've refused to actually compare them to the two players is that they are utilizing different manners. Yeah. Rice operates more like a CM, and was Moses Caicedo more like a DM. But what I told people is, if you really want to compare them as DM, then just pick Caicedo. If you want to say CM, just pick Rice. They're both good players. I don't think it makes sense to start comparing them because they're utilized differently. Even he did say that yesterday when he said, he even voted for Caicedo. But the truth remains, people should start, again, something to the effect of people comparing them doesn't make sense because he plays in different positions. They each play in different positions. Go ahead, Dante, were you saying something?
Well, it's not even close as a DM. It's not even close in stat.
No, it's not even close,
It's not even close. It's massive. He's in the green on every single stat over Rice. He's not even close as a DM, to be honest. But yes, Rice plays more of a CM as well. So that's why I was asking Jay, you putting him as a DM or a CM? So because that's
no CM, definitely a CM, more of a box to box.
Exactly, and that makes a huge difference. Well, because that drives your numbers to a different direction. More in terms of Caicedo's numbers will be. He will have good volumes in terms of interceptions and all that. While Declan Rice will have more numbers in driving with the ball progression and everything because of how he's utilized. And a lot of people don't want to look at that. They just want to compare the two players. Go ahead, Dante.
Without disrespecting, I want to say that what Caicedo does in a Chelsea team is much, much harder than what Declan Rice provides in an Arsenal.
Absolutely.
I think that's where the difference is.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Dante.
No, I just wanted to clarify because when he said midfielder, I just wasn't sure DM or CM, just to check, because a lot of people do get that very wrong. So they don't really, because Declan Rice was a DM, but he's utilized more as a CM, obviously, at Arsenal.
Yeah.
So
Arsenal, again, Arteta has used him differently in a manner that has actually worked for them because, they start defending off front a lot more. You even find it difficult to beat the attacking players before you get to the.
Look, he's a workhorse. He's a workhorse.
He is,
That's what his role is. Will I put him top 5 in the world? I don't think I will put him top 5 in the central midfield role.
You sure you're not being biased there as a Chelsea?
No, I'm not being biased. He's a top 10, but not top 5. I think there's a lot much better players than him in that central midfield role currently. But he's climbing slowly, but he's not quite top 5 in my personal opinion yet.
I don't believe you're not being biased, though, but I'll give it to you.
I'm not. I'm just saying, yeah, he's a different profile as well. But yeah, no, there's other players I would choose. I mean, look at would you choose the PSG midfielders over him? Would you choose Pedri over him? These other players, I would.
Okay. We're gonna go back to
Coach, Enzo Fernandez or Declan Rice?
Enzo Fernandez.
Well, there you go. There's another one.
But that's not a matter of me being biased.
But that's
Fernandez has
again
a more
different
if
roles,
we're gonna
different
go with the
players.
CM role, because you
Yeah,
can
but
say
it's a
both are
CM.
CMs.
He's a CM. And
Yeah.
Enzo Fernandez
So
is a
Enzo
CM.
Fernandez, better vision, better passing range. Yeah. Again,
so
it
that's a real
depends on why I
type
need the
players.
player in particular. If I want a player to fortify the defensive aspect of my team's game, I'll go for Declan Rice.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying they're both classified CMs, and they are CMs. One's, they roam around, they're different profile player, but they are CMs, so they classify as CM. So that's what I'm saying. Would you choose Enzo Fernandez or Declan Rice? So it just depends. But
Again,
there's a lot of
you know who
CMs
I'm
in that
going to choose,
position.
first of all, even without considering. But if I have a specific purpose for needing one of them, you know who I'm going to pick. If I
So in
need
our team, for example, would you have Declan Rice over Enzo Fernandez?
No, I'll have Enzo Fernandez because we already
Okay.
have Caicedo. I'll give you a reason. If we
Yes,
don't
I
have
think we already have
Caicedo,
Caicedo.
then I'll go for Declan Rice and start using him as a DM.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
Go ahead, Jay. You were saying something.
No, I think I agree with you. Dante mentioned about the PSG. I agree. They are all ahead of him. Maybe the João Neves. Am I right? The one who scored a
Yeah,
hat-trick
João
against
Neves,
PSG.
Vitinha.
Vitinha, sorry, not João Neves.
João
Maybe
Neves, yeah,
Vitinha.
João Neves as well.
Yeah,
He's ahead of
I
him
pref.
where he plays.
Okay, I think Vitinha, Pedri, Caicedo. I think these three are ahead of Declan Rice for me personally, and I
Well,
think
Declan
he's
Rice
there
is a
in the.
DM more. Yeah, that's why he sits back. That's not really. He's not a CM. He's not a CM classified as those other players.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and big
but
up Ty. Somehow I had your comment highlighted, but I don't remember saying hello to you. Hello, I do know you. I do hope you're doing well. Up big, my bro, and thank you for finding the time to join the conversation. I do hope you're doing well. We've read this one here. We'll come back to this question. I just want us to go and read Chelsea fans cooking Paul Merson. Let's see. What I mean is he's the only one who usually delivers a set piece into dangerous areas where Arsenal ends up scoring. I'm not talking about his scoring from free kicks. Okay, thank you for clarifying there. And I am sorry for that. No, you don't have to. You didn't know. I just had to explain to you, my bro. And thank you for joining the conversation. Here, your opinion matters. All we ask of you is just to keep it civil. But more importantly, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry. No, you don't have to be. I wanted to say we shock Arsenal on Sunday. I hope we do because, yeah, a lot of people don't think we're capable of beating them. My boys will deliver 2 goals against Arsenal. I hope we do. We have Collins and Machiwa. I haven't seen you like 1,000 years. I'm not saying you're a vampire, but you get why. I do hope you're doing. Hopefully, your absence simply means that you've been busy with work. Yeah, and that we understand. Bills don't pay themselves. Chelsea must win this Sunday, at least for pride's sake. A lot of people have reasons why they want Chelsea to win. And my brother, Makim Neum, nice to see you. I do appreciate you finding time to join the conversation this particular morning. We will come back to that Cole Palmer question, but I want us to read Chelsea fans cooking Paul Mason. Okay, here Prince says up and down in terms of results. Someone tell this Chelsea fan that we've won 8 out of our last 10 games and have only lost 4 games in all competitions, 2 of them due to red cards. Rubbish. This brother here couldn't be any more correct. But unfortunately, the way Paul Mason see it is the way a lot of Chelsea fans see it. One loss, all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, because that's why I gave you context. He's a clear Lake hater and didn't like Maresca at all. That's why I'm giving you context on that. That's why he talks like that. Tobago knows. Tobago's there. Look, next comment.
Yeah. The man says fake Chelsea fan 2 hours ago. Where is he? Actually, looks like it's a busy day for him. Arsenal winning this game. Okay, we'll see. And Chukwuemeka Ezekwem. Ezekwem, $1. Thank you for joining the conversation. Well, I have the belief that we should get 1 point from here. You Arsenal fan or you Chelsea fan? I'm not sure. You have to be specific there. But I appreciate you joining the conversation. Isaiah here, or is it Islash? I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Islash here says, same here. I don't believe we can beat them, but I know we will. Wow, okay. Fabrice says, what I know is that we are going to win that game. And Daddy Sweetheart says, if you follow logic, Mason is correct. But we know in these kinds of situations that Chelsea turn logic on its head. You could say, if you're from the perspective, you could say, of those that believe Chelsea, you say of the fact that a lot of people don't give us a chance against Arsenal, you could say that his sweetheart here is correct. He's never been right. I don't think it would happen. And his predictions of late have been off the mark. And then you see him defending himself next prediction time when Chelsea fans start cooking him. He's not going back and forth with them. They are still talking about experience. And please, for the love of God, stop calling yourself a Chelsea fan. You're either a blue or a... Yeah. That aspect, I'm not reading that one. Unfortunately, my Chelsea always come out victorious when most people look down on them. That game will change the narrative about Arsenal. I hope it does. Always, this person says he's always pessimistic. The best Arsenal can get from this match is a draw. All right, doubters will be shocked according to the next comment. I think we've gotten enough from there. Yeah, I don't know. Jay, you want to add to that?
Yeah, stop giving this guy airtime, coach. This Paul Merson, please change him.
Yeah, I think I already mentioned that they can continue doubting us, and we will prove them on the ground.
Yeah, I agree. And here, Barca, what a baller. Do I think he comes to Chelsea? Probably not. What do you think, Dante?
Not at the moment. No. There's no room, to be honest.
He's a left back, right?
Yeah, depends what happens next season. But yeah, I don't think even then.
He's a left back, right?
Sorry?
He's a left back, right?
He's a left back, no.
No, he hasn't played left back at all. He's played central midfield. Defensive midfield, central midfield. Sometimes
he's good at it. I mean, I don't blame you for not knowing him that much, Jay. He plays at
he's a
left back late.
He's a left back naturally, and then he played a bit of a left wing back, but then he's changed him into a central midfielder / DM, depending which position they play.
Yeah, I think we are totally stacked in those positions, and I think he's physically and height-wise a little on the downside. I'm not sure will he
he's very small.
Take the Premier League.
He's very small, yeah.
Yeah, Chukwuemeka won the two boy. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. Let's say Arsenal win Cook Chelsea on Sunday. Okay, Obed Chinedu, Dalo, thank you for saying that. I read your comment. But if we beat Arsenal on that day, make sure to come here to show yourself here. We couldn't even beat Palace. Football doesn't work like that. I'm not sure how many times I'm going to tell people this. In football, when you add up 2 + 2, you don't always get 4.
I don't think Arsenal beat Palace either. I don't think Liverpool beat Palace either.
Yeah.
Man City did not beat them. No one beat them, basically.
And actually, let me say this. Strasbourg beating Palace, you can't argue that's a shocker. Actually, that was a shocker.
Yeah, they were not
because
favorites.
They had chances actually to wipe the stadium carpet with Strasbourg. They weren't just lucky. The same Palace that beat Manchester City, right?
Yeah, that's Liverpool. What I mean. They've beaten all the top teams, or not?
Yeah, exactly.
Not lost the top teams. Yeah.
So saying we couldn't even beat Palace doesn't reflect bad on us. They're good. Even if you look at them and say they are as good as they are because of their manager, then that's still something. Did we lose to them? No, right? We didn't. We got a draw, but they beat the other teams.
Yeah, and I think it was the first match as well, so
Yeah,
there's some time.
exactly. So let's see. It will never be an easy game, but I am sure that this Netflix FC cannot beat Chelsea Football Club. I mean, that's the way to speak if you're a Chelsea fan. The game is played over 90 minutes plus added time. We'll see what happens. How can Chelsea stop Arsenal's set piece? We can. I think we've improved in that aspect. We've dealt with other teams that are good at it. We've been quite unlucky in some occasions, but we'll see. Chinedu. Emera, let's talk about Emera quickly, Dante, before we move to, because we don't have anything pressing to talk about. I really want us to discuss the banter between Chelsea fans and Arsenal fans. Delicious too, you could say, and Barcelona fans. But I did see Mies on X saying Emera isn't ready because he watched him against. He watched him against Crystal Palace and concluded that his overall play is.
He watched one game, coach. He's
one game, And I was going to say that was based on, but I was sleepy when I saw that report. I was going to ask him, but that's based off of one game, not because you've watched him consistently. But let's hear you.
Yeah, look, I've watched him. I've watched pretty much every single Strasbourg game from halfway last season to now. I've watched every Strasbourg game. No, he's very, very good. He's still, obviously, he's got quite a bit to learn. He still struggles against what we kind of struggle against. When you come up against more of a lower block sort of team that you have to break down and there's no space, well, he struggles still with that quite a lot. He is tall. He's very tall, 6'4". I think he's very tall. He's good in the air when there's no one on him as much. One-on-one is okay, but if there's another defender there, he gets pushed. He's still a bit, for his size, he's still a bit sort of weak, as in you can push him off the ball a bit more simpler. A little bit of a nudge and he loses his balance very quickly. So that's one area where he needs to improve quite a lot to get that strength up, especially for the Premier League. You need that core strength. Has he got all the other tools? He does. He's got all the tools possible. And hopefully him playing in Europe this season, they'll probably put him on a more strength plan as well. That's why he should get stronger. And hopefully by next season, he'll be ready to go at a bit of core strength and he should be ready to go. Yeah, look, he's a great player. He's done very well. Good goal ratio, scores great goals. But pretty much 80% of his goals are in transition. He's fast. He's got massive strides because doesn't look fast because he's 6'5" nearly, but he's got those massive strides and he covers the field very quickly. So he's very deceptively, he's very fast actually. So, look, almost ready, not quite, but he might hopefully he's ready by next season once he adds a bit of that core strength. Because we're going to come up mostly against more teams that low block. There's no space. He thrives on space. So that is the only problem. He needs space to excel. If there's no space, he does not excel at all. He's struggled pretty much every game I've seen. He's struggled in those instances. So great talent, but still a couple of things to improve on.
So to some extent, Mies is correct.
Yeah, look, he's got, like I said, it's just that part of his game he needs to improve. And that's, that'll come because he's a big guy. So he's a very big, like I said, he's 6'5". So he's a very big guy. So he's very tall. The other good thing is he's just made it into the national Dutch team and they've got their, Weghorst, the guy that's 6'5", 6 as well. He's getting really old now, I think. So he's hopefully he's injured. So he's got that call up. He might actually could be the next sort of number 9. It looks like he's going to be the next number 9 to lead that Netherlands team up. If that happens as well, that's a big tick because obviously getting that international experience as well, that's going to make him stronger and a lot better as well. So, he's going in the right direction. If you remember last season, I said at the start of last season, if we would have him, I'm like, no chance. There's no chance he comes. Absolutely. He was even weaker than he is now. But 1 year in football does wonders to your core strength when you train a lot and play more games. It makes a big difference. So, but by next year, he should be much stronger and hopefully that'll really benefit us.
Okay, I'm gonna make this announcement. If Chelsea beat Arsenal tomorrow, we'll do a giveaway. Chelsea, let's do Thought Kit, the black one, and we'll have your name, pay for your name to be printed on the back. So let it be known. It's a promise, and if we win, we'll keep. And hopefully, this we get a real person win it and come take it this time. Dante, you know why I'm saying this, right?
I do,
And
yeah,
that's
yeah.
reflective
Well, I
of
haven't
the
got a
fact.
black kit, coach, so that's fine. Thank you.
That's you said probably that happened with someone who was
Yeah,
banned, started using another account
correct.
to
Yeah,
come here and probably figured out if he comes for the kit that they will find out who he is. He never returned since after winning that. I was shocked, but that's by the way, Mr. Isham Shilia. Apologies that your message got deleted, and the reason was that you use all caps, and the AI that's policing the chat deleted your message and timed you out for 5 minutes. Please just keep it lower cases. You can start each word with an uppercase, but no problem.
coach, we're
But
doing
when
that giveaway
they're
as a
all
Christmas present. The shirt, Christmas present.
sorry.
Is it a Christmas giveaway? As a Christmas present, the shirt.
If we're gonna do that,
Yeah.
no. If we beat Arsenal, then during the
Okay.
review show, we'll do a giveaway of the Chelsea third kit.
Yeah,
All right.
basically, by the time you order it, you're gonna get it anyway a little later
Probably it's
on.
gonna be a Christmas present for the. Now I get it.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah.
But it depends on where the person is, and in all honesty, if the winner is from like West African Nigeria,
Yeah.
things are really really bad for people there. I'd rather give the person the cash equivalent, and I
Yeah.
think the rule will be in certain countries we decide which one you get the cash equivalent. But if you're in England, US, you get the kit, and I'm quite
Good.
sure a lot of
Australia
people.
doesn't count. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I'm quite sure a lot of people would rather get the cash equivalent.
Yeah, that's what I meant, because you'll get it by Christmas anyway if you're gonna order it. So yeah, around that time.
So let's see. Please, I have the coach made it, not quite, not yet. The presser hasn't come on yet, but we'll check in a bit. We'll be here and we'll adjust everything he says during his presser. Hopefully, Dante will still have time, and I'm not sure how long Jay stays. Arsenal,
I'm good. I'm good.
Arsenal beat Crystal Palace. Is it there? Really? Okay, that's fine. But you get the point I was making by mentioning those teams that Crystal Palace beat. Well, not because I'm a Chelsea fan, but I'm saying Chelsea is winning 1-0. Do I see that game as a 1-0 game? No. I know we've kept how many clean sheets in a row, but I still think we're going to concede. But we'll see. Yeah, and we have Love More. Nkwashani says, okay, good afternoon to you too. I do hope you're doing well. And my bro, Shamshilia, you don't have to apologize because you didn't know. So, but welcome to the community. Feel at home. Express yourself here at Chelsea Perspective. Your opinion matters. It's not about the panelists. It's about us looking at what's out there and trying to come to a sensible conclusion. All we ask of you, just keep it civil. But welcome to the Chelsea Perspective community. So Joshua Kimmich having a go, a slight dig at Arsenal, Chelsea Football Club over Arsenal. It was clear that it wouldn't be a game like the one against Chelsea, where it's mostly about playing football. I don't buy that idea. You do what works for you. Do you get what I'm saying, Dante? But I'll read it anyway. But it was clear that it would be a lot about fighting, lots of long balls. Arsenal then naturally made every ball dangerous. I mean, from some perspective, yeah, you could say he's given them credit. It's a tactical approach, irrespective of how you see it.
Players, yeah.
But I think his overall claim is that they play what people call harem football, but it doesn't freaking matter. You do what works for you. And I'm not one of those that complain the opposition, a lot of long balls. I might hate it, but you have to give them credit. It's a tactical approach. And if it led to you not playing your usual way, which means it's working. It's really that simple. But let's hear you, Dante.
Yeah, look, like I said, Stoke City with some good quality players on the team. Yes, they do play that way. That's what they do. It's no surprise. People know now. It's worked for them. how much it'll work, we'll see. They had a bit of a slip up earlier in the season. They didn't start some of the games too well. They had a bit of a bad run where it wasn't working. So it'll be pretty hard for them, I think, to keep it going, to work all the way. They're still going to have another bump or two in the season. So, but look, it works. That's his style. That's good luck to them. If they can do it, they can do it. But it's not going to be easy to do it consistently like that, in my opinion, because
people will find solutions to it.
Exactly, yes. And the games will get after later on when the games these are very physically, it takes a toll, the games. They're very physically, you're more involved physically in those games. So they take a toll. So towards the end of the season, when they're in the Champions League, playing very important games, and then they got, next 3 days, another important game in the Premier League, it might start to take a toll a little bit. FA Cup, it depends how far they go in the FA Cup, etc. That's another one. So it might start taking a little bit of a toll because that's very physical, demanding football they're playing. So we'll see what happens. For me, I don't think it's sustainable. It's pretty hard to do that. Hence why most teams just don't play that way. They don't do it because it's only the lower teams that just sit back and defend, where they don't run much at all. The problem is Arsenal do play the other way as well. So they do the running as well. So when you add that to it, it makes it quite a physical sort of, it takes a toll on your body. So we'll see how they handle that.
Yeah, let's see how they handle that. I'll continue in a bit. I said 1-0 because it will be a difficult match, and it will be a halftime draw match. Wow, you sounding like you're pretty sure that's going to be the case. What time is the presser? In about 2 hours or so, I think so. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dante. It hasn't come on yet. Arsenal fans know what Chelsea is becoming, so they are yapping they will win. Even other legends know what Chelsea will become. Look, they see it. They see. I wouldn't go to the extent of saying we're back, but I did know. I've always known that the 2 trophies we won last season, irrespective of whether rival fans, they've been pretending they don't rate it or not, will do the players a world of good. Confidence-wise, mentality-wise, they've tasted trophy, and I think they will look to win every competition they participate in. But let's see what Arsenal know. Even pundits, those that have been saying a lot of shit about Chelsea, they've transitioned. Sorry, I can't pronounce that word, into speaking positively about the club. But the transition has been funny. It was a gradual process, and now you see full-blown praise for Chelsea. Because probably, we've proven them wrong on so many occasions. Diablo Immortal, thank you for saying that. And we see Joao Nyedikachi. Yeah, sorry about that one. Good day to you too, and thank you for finding the time to join the conversation. Dante, Dante, you've spoken about that. I don't know if we still have Jay here. Jay, your thoughts on Kimmich's comment on Arsenal's approach? And Dante is correct. Yeah, eventually people will figure them out. But for me, they play the way they know that gets them results. You just if that style of play leads to you not playing your usual way, then it's working for them. And I have nothing against that. But eventually, people, as Dante mentioned, people will figure it out, and that's it. But I think they've learned to diversify it a bit. Yeah, it's just an added tool to their toolbox, in my opinion. But let's hear you, Jay.
Yeah, Coach. I think he's well in his right to say something like that after a defeat. You can say maybe he's partially a little salty after the defeat, but there is some reality
it'd be
to it
accurate
as well.
to say that.
Yeah, because they have been defeated, and I have to mention that the first goal that Arsenal scored in this match was through a corner. So what he was saying was not wrong at all, but that's their philosophy. They have been doing this for quite a long time now, and they have perfected it, and they are quite close to excellence in that. And the whole world knows that. So there is nothing wrong in that, because even if we were in their shoes and if we had perfected some armories like this, we would use that. Any team would use that. So they are totally in their right to play however they want to. as far as that is bringing results to them. But I also agree that it's not the most sustainable way to go in football. I think football, uh, personally, that's just my personal view, that football is a sport for the viewership, the crowds, and the fans ultimately love uh, football being played on the ground in the beautiful manner. So I don't think that is sustainable at all. I think somehow people will figure out uh, a method to counter it, and they will retrieve back to the traditional way of football. But yeah, as far as it working, they will continue to do that, and it's for the other teams to figure out a method to resolve it. I think we did some sort of solution to the long throws and free kicks. I think it was against Wolves. I think, I don't know. I don't remember the game, but I think we tried something by putting, a few players uh, in the attacking areas. So I think something of
Yeah,
that sort
leading
can.
the opposition, you can say prioritizing stopping counters. We can
Yes.
say they need to balance what they do as
Well,
they
they
try
can't put
to,
that
yeah.
many people in the box anymore,
Yeah,
basically.
exactly. To
Yeah.
simplify that, leading to them not having that many people in the box to create chaos. Go ahead.
And we don't do that, so it frees up some space, and then it's a bit. It's not as
It it will
chaotic.
be really exciting to see if Chelsea are going to do the same strategy against Arsenal, because it can be a risky one, but it has its reward as well, which we saw against the lower side. But Arsenal are really, really good at it, so it has its risk to benefit, ratio. So we have to be cautious about it. But I want to see uh, some counter to that, and I'm pretty sure Maresca would have been thinking about it for a while.
Well, that and Tosin probably. That's your counter, probably.
Yeah.
Tosin, yes. Look, I have already mentioned yesterday that my centre back partnership would be Bediashile and Fofana. That gives us the natural, ball playing ability as well as the height of Bediashile. I'm not
I've done
But
it.
against
how good?
Tosin.
Jay, let me ask you this. I know
Yeah,
Badiashile is tall. But how good is he really? Really, he doesn't look like he makes good use of his height when it
He
comes
hasn't
to
got a good leap at all. No,
I
he hasn't
agree
got a
with
good.
aerial
that.
juice. He doesn't have good leap. Even Gusto, for me, from what I've seen, maybe numbers would tell a different story, seem to be better aerially than Badiashile. Because Gusto, he's not the tallest, but he has a good leap in him. Even Kukurea, not the tallest, but he has a good leap. Badiashile, for me, doesn't look like he makes good use of his height. But go ahead, Jay.
He might not have a history of defending aerial threats, in a positive manner, but I think that is something that he must be working on it. And height advantage for a centre back is definitely something that he will use while defending aerial threat. I agree he might have not been so good at it, but I'll still go with him because of the left foot right foot combination of the two defenders. I think uh, that is our main threat, ball playing by the centre backs. And for that, look, Tosin, I'll be surprised. Looking at his form, I know he was really good in the last match when he got the opportunity, but overall, he has not been that great this season. And against such a tougher opponent like Arsenal, who likes to press a lot, counters a lot against, they have fast fingers as well. I'll be surprised to see Tosin. And we have to use one of Tosin or Badiashile for height as for sure. And I don't think Maresca will take the risk of using Tosin against fast wingers of Arsenal.
He might. I think there's a way to accommodate Tosin. Accommodate Tosin. He's good aerially. He doesn't actually need to jump a lot, but you have to play in a manner that we don't risk finding him isolated or in terms of him, because in a situation where he'd need to catch up with the player because he doesn't accelerate fast enough. I think that would be an issue. Maresca might actually accommodate him for aerial reasons and make other tweaks to ensure, you can say, his what's the language I'm looking for, um his lack of pace or lack of, you can say, acceleration doesn't leave us wanting at any point in
And he's
time
got
in
the
the game.
passing. Let's not forget, he's got the passing. He can do the passing, no problem.
Yeah, and that would be key. And under immense pressure, he's still good in terms of he stays calm. I think we might see him because Tosin is good aerially, and I still think, once again, I'm repeating myself. I think Maresca might prioritize stopping Arsenal, stopping from set piece. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. Go ahead, Dante.
No. Jay's right. Yeah, look, Badiashile might be able, but he hasn't got a very good leap. He has gotten much stronger. If you look at he's put on a couple of kilos and got him very big up top. So he's much stronger. While he was injured, he was probably doing some weights, probably on a they decided to make him even stronger. So he's strong. That's not a problem. He's got the height, but his leap is not very good. He hardly gets off the up in the air. To be honest, he struggles with that. He hasn't got a very good aerial ability to jump, actually jumping. So again, because the way his body is, he's got that stiff sort of structure that he is. That's why he never goes to ground as well. You don't see him go down to ground for a tackle ever. Basically, it's very rare if you see him go to ground. So he stays very upright. So it's an option, but personally, because I've seen Tosin do it many occasions when Maresca's put him in for games similar, that opposition have a taller guy that and they put a lot of crosses into the box. Every time Tosin that's happened, he's played very well, and he's cleared every single corner, every single free kick. He's cleared it out because he's very good at that. That's probably one of his strengths is looking for the ball, seeing the ball, and then going and heading it out and clearing the ball. So that's a pretty good tool to have against an Arsenal team that play, and probably 65-70% of their goals come from set pieces.
And I think they will be spamming they will be putting a lot of balls into the box, hoping that we make mistakes.
Exactly. Yeah, of course they're going to do it. Yeah.
And quickly, this Arsenal fan, young gonna say is he's scared of Chelsea. Lots of talent. You can say the same for a lot of Chelsea fans. But I expect good football on the day, irrespective of how Arsenal approaches or how it's going to be good football, honestly. Let's see. Make the best side will end up winning, and of course, I want my Chelsea to win. I would say Kimmich is whining. Bayern had more long balls than us. Are you saying that off the top of your head, or do numbers support that? Possibly, because I'm quite sure you probably paid attention, but. Yeah, I think it'd be correct to say he's salty to a certain measure. Yeah, they lost. It doesn't matter how the opposition play. Deal with it or just shut up. You lost. But I get where he's coming from. For me, as a Chelsea supporter, I want to say that match is a big test for our coach, for them too, to know how prepared we are this season to achieve good things. I think for them also, it's a good test. First versus second. Who would have thought that would be second place by the time we play them? I think even some Chelsea fans don't think would be in this position. They would be second in the table before we play Arsenal.
Yeah. Look, we could have even been first if we didn't get a couple of red cards probably early in the season.
Yeah. Nobody. Who would have thought, really? Caicedo versus Rice. Because I think it'd be correct to say that, but a very good game. Estevao is such a baller. He's been class. I love him at Arsenal. Yeah. I mean, it's good to dream. Yeah. I'm very proud of Cucurella right now. Cucurella put Lamine Yamal in his pocket. Why have I not seen some of those banter tweets? So delicious to read. They're just bitter. They're just salty. They just can't take it. They started the picture thing with, is it Xavi or who? And we responded in kind with Esteva's goal, and the goalkeeper looking like he was levitating and still couldn't stop it. Look, and they start crying, trying. Again, showing clips of Yamal successful dribbles in that game, and saying he had a successful game, blah, 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 and all that. But yeah, that's by the way. But Dante, let's get to this question. This is from Mekim. I'm not sure. Let me just go with Mekim. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. I apologize. But nice to have you in the car. I think this is your first time here. If that's the case, welcome, feel at home. Express yourself. Hear your opinion matters. All we ask of you is to keep it civil. Let's talk about this. Jay, let me start with you because I already know what Dante is going to say. Do you see a world where Cole Palmer plays a part, or whether off the bench or he starts? Because the fact we've gone to the measure of getting him a custom-made shoes to help with his stumped toe, which is still a very funny story to me. Was he trying to karate somebody, missed it, and hit the
playing FIFA coach? He was playing FIFA and he just kicked his foot. He was angry.
Because he missed the chance of FIFA.
Yes.
That's something. I mean, it'd be correct to classify that as a fake accident, really. But Jay,
No,
do
no.
you see
Do you know how many times I did that when I was young?
mm,
I
angrily
literally
kicking
my
at
foot
something?
in the
Did you get a fracture?
you got the little sort of side table in front of the coffee table, whatever you call it, in front of the couch. Yeah, I kicked so many
Yeah.
times when I was young. I'm talking about when I was really young playing, getting angry playing against people online and getting angry. And I would just kick it or do this, and I've kicked my toe so many times in that little coffee table I used to have. So it's not something he wouldn't have brought it up otherwise. Cucurella said it actually in the interview. He said he was playing FIFA at the time.
But he could be
Um,
joking.
could be joking, but he could not. I told you these guys play
It
FIFA a
could be,
lot
yeah.
online
You did say it.
together. If you go, they have their little tournament things. They play a lot online together, and they make appearances for obviously for FIFA because they get sponsorships. So they're on there a lot. I mean, previous game you saw the cards, the statue outside with the card inside as well, the FIFA card or whatever it was.
And
So you know,
here's the
they're
thing:
actually
even non-footballers, you
yeah,
have the most fun playing your games at night, late at night until 3 a.m.,
correct,
4 a.m. I've been there until I had other responsibilities. I started
yes,
having a lot of responsibilities, needing to go to bed on time to wake up so that you can say, I'd be ready to take care of those responsibilities. Yeah.
exactly. But
So if you've been
even
there,
the
yeah, during the day
professionals,
isn't when you have fun playing games, even when you're not
yeah, they're
sponsored.
professionals. They try to go better, but like everyone else, these younger ones are just another half an hour. I should be fine. That half an hour turns into an hour, and then all of a sudden, that's not good. So, especially for a professional, when you have to wake up early the next day, and
It's relatable. In some way, I've
yes,
been in situations where I'd be busy all week playing FIFA all through the night and never be serious about my studies until maybe the
same,
exam is next day.
same here. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly the
So
same. Yeah.
it's relatable, really. But let's see. But Jay, let's see. Do you see? But before then, Skinny 0709 says football is not played on social media. It is played on the field for 90 minutes plus added time. The better team will win. Thank you for that comment. I agree. Football, you can say you cannot script the game. You'd you could look at the forms of those the competing teams and you say, yeah, you think this team will win because they're in better form or because they have better goals return per game and all that. But still, on the day, anything can happen. Jay, your thoughts? Do you see a world where Cole Palmer starts? I think there's a chance. But that's just me.
Yeah. Before jumping on that, I just want to mention, yeah, we all have wasted a lot of time playing FIFA, so that is definitely relatable. But playing FIFA and having fractured your foot by kicking the table, that is not relatable. That is something only Palmer can do. If
It's
any player you
very
want
easy
to
to
place,
fracture your little toe, Jay. It is extremely easy to fracture that little toe. Just walking around on the edge of the bed or like on the door. It doesn't
But
even
here's
need to
what I
be
want to say
hard.
to that, Dante. That has happened to me, but not to the measure where I'd say it was, you could say, severe enough to stop me from playing football if I want to play.
yeah, fracture is too, I don't know, man.
Fracture
Yeah,
Let's
but
means
coach,
it's
you're not a
something you could
professional. Were
say
you a professional
they
at the
just
time?
haven't told us what happened.
Were you a professional at the time, coach? No.
No, I wasn't.
No.
Even
So
worse, I played barefoot.
no. But I'm just trying to say the risk is breaking it further, much worse, and that's why. Not because they can take an injection and probably play, but it's fractured. So if you got a fracture in there and you're going to play, and you're going to play with the boots we play today, the boots that are so thin and one little step, and then it completely breaks, and you're out for a much longer time. So it's more of a cautionary. Can you play with your little toe? Yeah, I've had mine broken, a little bit fractured, and I've played on it. But I took the risk because I didn't care. But I wasn't at that level where they are, where there's so many things that come into place, and you train every single day. And if you break that worse, like really, and you play and you break it properly, well, then you're out for a much longer time. So it's more of that maintenance. Be careful not to really break it if you play it fractured, because there's a very high chance you then break it much heavier, so much harder. So that's why he didn't play. It's
All
usually
right, Jay,
1
let's
week,
hear
2
your
weeks.
opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, ideally, we all want Palmer to play in such a big clash. We know what he brings to the table and how big of an advantage he would prove to be for us. But let's be real. The best I think that can happen is that he might be on the bench, and maybe even that is considering the situation of the match. He might play 5-10 minutes at the end, at the very end. I don't see him playing or starting at all. I think, and especially against Arsenal, such a physical league, such a physical side, and a London derby of that much occasion, there will always be a risk of clashes.
What will
And
they do? They'll target his toe. They'll step on him every chance they get.
yeah, deliberately. They are not their friends. They are definitely seeing Chelsea as a threat. Even if they don't admit it publicly, they are seeing that, and putting a player like Palmer out for a much more longer period is something that they will definitely do. Considering he has been hurted somewhere particular in his legs. So I won't take that risk. And also, let's assume that he is playing. Psychological impact of an injury, when that injury is in the mind of a player, he will not be 100% in the match. He will, take a step back. He will not go fully in tackles, in attempts, and that is why it will hinder us more rather than giving us any advantage. And also look forward to the December calendar. We have a lot of matches. I just glanced at it, and we have 3 days and 4 days break, and then consecutive matches. So that is really risky. We need Palmer in that later part of the winters, and I think it will not be wise enough to play him right now and jeoparding the whole of December and January.
And it's not like we're struggling without him, really,
Yeah,
much.
that's an important point as well. We have proved against Barca and against tougher opponents that we are a team that can defeat and rise up to level with or without Palmer. So that's also an important fact.
That brings me to the point of some managers, some you could say former players, with the comment suggesting that we build the team, our team against a single individual. I am never a fan of that and will never be, because it just doesn't make sense. You are setting yourself up to be easy to stop, to be easier to stop. But when you have a team, when you have a unit, when your team is not about a single individual, I mean, you become very difficult to stop. There was a time we were so predictable that just play Palmer out of the game and that's it. We're not gonna get results. Hardly ever were we able to get results when Palmer wasn't on the pitch or didn't play well. But that has changed. I've heard, yeah, I think one of those during an interview, Fabregas also did say you build the team around him. No, I, you don't. More than you can say, I don't think it's a good thing, honestly. But that's just me. I'm not saying Palmer is a bad player. He's an excellent player, one of our best players, if not the best. He just makes us better if he's available. But I'm just happy the manager. You could say he's transformed us into we're more of a unit than we were 2 seasons ago and a season ago, which means irrespective of whether he's playing or not, would the pain not having him available for selection, but we'll still be able to get the job done. I don't know if you have anything to add to that before I go back to getting what people has to say. People has to say in the comment section. Dante.
No, you're right. That was, under our ex, basically, that was a lot of the philosophy behind that. And that's why that's just not going to work. Not in modern football. It's very hard for that to happen in modern football around just one player to build. I mean, unless maybe, Ronaldo or Messi. But yeah, Palmer's not quite at that level yet. He can get there, but he's not at that level yet. So no, you can't, especially in the Premier League where it's, you can get away with that in Spain and Italy, but Premier League where it's fast paced, there's not really maybe one or two poor teams that have come up that haven't really spent money, but even them, they can surprise you because they've got quality players and they play so tough and so hard. So it's too competitive for that in the Premier League to do that, to just rely on one player. It's just, not really going to happen at this day and age, to be honest. So
it's a huge risk when you do that.
It's a huge risk. I mean, look, example, okay, Haaland, he scored like 50 goals in 10 games, basically. Where are they on the table? I'm not saying they're a one-man team, but
I mean, you're saying it without saying it, but I get it.
Yeah. It's just an example, yeah. I mean, they're
I
not.
mean, that's you can say that's a prime example. I get it,
If
Pep
he's not working
needing
on the
to
day, like
Pep.
they
I get
lose.
it, Pep needing to adapt. You can say to have a powerful number 9, given the Premier League, but I think you still you can say you're better off having a more fluid front attack where the situation isn't every time you get closer to the final third, you try to find a central ad, you channel all your majority of your goal scoring opportunities through a single individual. And here's the thing about it, irrespective of, again, of whether that's the plan or not, when you have a number 9 like Haaland, I get it. His overall play has improved actually.
It
Uh,
has, yeah, of course.
but the truth remains, once you have a number 9 like him, when you get to the final third, players will almost always look to find them, either subconsciously,
Of
maybe even
course.
if it's
Yeah,
not by
like
design, that instinct to find the number 9 because you have them on the pitch changes a lot of things.
well, that's why I'm saying they've become almost a one-man team this season with him because they're
Yeah,
looking for him and using him so much. But if he's not having a good day and he's not scoring, they've lost every game, pretty
yeah.
much.
Even you could say that you could say the responsibility of them winning games way heavily on him right now. And
And I saw a
people,
stat somewhere that it's gone up like 30 something percent the usage on him from last season. So
you
it
could
is
say
definitely
since the departure of Alvarez.
no, from just this season, from last season to this season,
No,
it's gone
oh
up
yeah,
even more.
I agree. You could say they've gotten worse since the departure of Alvarez because with Alvarez they were able to mix things up.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying that's one example. That team over reliant numbers have gone through the roof as how reliant they're on him. But if he's having a bad day or they mark him out of the game completely, no one else. It looks like they're stepping up, and they've lost so many games because of it. So you can't do it in modern football. You got to have more players. You can't be reliant on one player. That's pretty much the point I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it would take a lot for him. I'm not sure what sort of solution he'd be looking to implement right now, but it's a factor, really. Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree more with that comment. Enzo Maresca is turning Chelsea into unpredictable team. Some people was Diablo. Some people will still tell you that he's a one-trick pony, but it sounded even at the time. At the time when we were losing games, I think that was last season when people were throwing that you could call it narrative or statement around. Uh, I was asking them, "Are you actually paying attention?" But they were. I think what happened at the time, they were focused on. You could say you could call that the hallmark of his approach or the basics of his approach, which is almost always having a single individual popping up in places, completing the triangles to help us, you could say, to ensure we have more outlet in terms of passing range, passing lanes, and also overloading areas to ensure we have numerical or advantage over the opposition at any given time. Those were just the basics. And in some cases, actually, we don't invert. We operate in a traditional manner. But yet, I was shocked at people saying that the manager, was a one-trick pony, especially that guy called Dean. I think I blocked him. That's the reason why I stopped seeing his comments, because you can't have an objectively driven conversation with him. He will
He
always
hasn't sent one message in the last few weeks because we've been doing too
He
well. So he
won't
hasn't
until was
one thing.
probably until we'll and he's smart enough not to start sending messages after we lose just one game. I think we have to lose, you say, consistent games before he starts saying something. There's one called Lorenzo. I was actually thinking about collaborating with him. He blocked me, called me a sucker because I said Maresca was a good manager. And he owns a YouTube channel. So my point is I don't understand where that argument came from that he's a one-trick pony. I think it's a lack of understanding of how he prefers the game to be played, or the fact that they don't look beyond the basics of his approach and don't just say he's a one-trick pony. They said we were going to lose the Conference League final. Majority of Chelsea fans also said we were going to lose against PSV. PSG. But let's go back to that game, the game of, even though numbers at the time suggest we will actually beat Betis. Chelsea fans at the time didn't even give us a chance. But it's okay. We move on. Let's see what else we have here. Big up to you to Mabasso 5. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. He said, Dante and Jay, you don't have to say hello. Just say hello to me and you're good, okay? Hopefully, Chelsea can get a win against Arsenal on Sunday. Cannot wait for Chelsea to smash Arsenal on Sunday and take their own revenge. I don't think it'd be a smashing, probably a win for whichever side that ends up winning the game, in my opinion. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, Jay, okay, I had to join the chat to say hello to my boss. Chelsea 4-1 this Sunday. Peace Moyo. Okay, I will take it. Do I think it would be either of the two teams will score up to 4 goals? Probably not, but we'll see. Never say never. The game is, you can say, you just cannot script football. To be killed by Chelsea on Sunday. Okay. And we have who Gloria Hanny says, okay. I told you that we will rise again when we finish at 12. Yeah, okay. I'm loyal. Okay, you're a loyal Chelsea fans of Chelsea fan for 40 years out of your 43 years on earth. Chelsea. Wow. You started even from the belly of your mom. But nice to see you here, Gloria Hanny. I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation. Yeah, Chelsea forever. Sorry if I did find it a bit difficult putting together what you had to say there. But thank you for joining the conversation. And this particular comment here, I think I have to go back to the presentation window. Report reads that Chelsea are exploring a move to, how do you pronounce, Ears Court, despite Hammersmith and Fulham Council approving a 10 billion housing and a retail development project that does not include plans or space for a new football stadium. So, which means it's probably not going to happen. Dante, your thoughts?
Well, they just approved the plans, so I'm not sure what Ben Jacobs is talking. They just actually approved the plans for that. So, yeah, and there's no stadium.
The plan for the stadium.
They've decided not to do that. It wasn't in the plans at all. It's another developer that's bought that and doing it. So, and that's been approved just yesterday. It was online everywhere. So I'm not sure why he's saying we're still exploring a move there. How can we be if there's no room? I'm not understanding.
It just doesn't make sense, right?
Not after they approved all the development, all the plans that's been going on for years. They approved everything. Everything got stamped yesterday and approved by the council that to go ahead with it. So those people own the land and everything got approved. So that's pretty much confirmed it now. So I'm not saying unless he knows something that Chelsea might want to buy a little piece of parcel from those people and do a stadium, but that's not how it works. These are developers. They're apartment. They're not going to give a stadium. They'd rather have 2,000 apartments and make $1 billion on profit than do that stadium.
Yeah, so which means we're most likely gonna, you could say, rebuild Stamford Bridge.
Well, yeah, I think that's off the table, that site, to be honest. I'm surprised. I don't know what he knows, something new. I thought that was clear yesterday that it got approved and they stamped it to get that going. So I'm not sure.
And if we eventually end up not moving to Earlscourt, where you could argue Earlscourt, I'm not sure how you pronounce it correctly, where we'd have a lot more space to build a state-of-the-art stadium, where you say that befits our status as one of the biggest clubs in England. I'd blame the pitch owners because they are definitely the reason why, the project haven't started already. What do you think, Dante?
Coach, they're going to tell you that there's been no proposals to them. They're going to tell you there's no proposals or communication to them. And also not going to tell you if they do get those plans, they'll still vote to stay at Stamford Bridge. So I don't think there's a way forward there, to be honest.
There isn't really. He makes you say, I'm not sure what we're going to do, because it looks like the owners, they're not that interested again in rebuilding the bridge. They want a bigger space. because they
What's
say,
the point?
go ahead.
There's no point in rebuilding the bridge. It's going to take longer. It's going to cost more money, and you're only adding 15,000 seats. So, I mean, what is the point? There's no point.
And the annoying thing is that
and we're going to have to play like 5 years somewhere else as well. What's the point?
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. And the annoying thing is that when the ticket prices go on, the locals will start complaining quite a lot, and yet they're not open to the club. You can say moving elsewhere to a bigger stadium, which will lead to ticket prices not going up, just like it's happening right now.
No, the ticket prices went up this season by like 3% or something like that, and there's
Even at that, they're complaining.
They put a big statement together, the pitch owner, that to sign for everyone to be opposed against it. I'm like, it's like $10, $15 per ticket. I mean, what do you expect? Economy that's low, is that so much? I mean, to me, it's not much. I'd happily pay an extra $15 extra. Why is it such a big deal? I don't understand.
I don't either, honestly.
If you've got the money to go watch Chelsea, and you buy season ticket and you've got the money, then I'm surely you have an extra £15 per year to, because that 15 extra pounds per year per ticket adds up, and it's a good extra revenue for the club to push us forward. But they don't even want to do that. I'm like, and they're not that expensive. I mean, the season tickets, I thought, okay, they're complaining because these season tickets are so expensive. Some of them are paying like $300-400 a year for a season ticket. How is that expensive to go watch Chelsea? £400 for a year. To me, that is not expensive. I don't know. I mean, I understand some of the people that are pensioners or they have no jobs or they're not working. Well, then maybe you shouldn't really be going and have a season ticket and shouldn't be going to games because food, alcohol is expensive. Maybe you shouldn't really be going then. You're not if you can't afford it. Sorry, that's just the way I view it. If you can't afford it, well, then go. Simple as that.
Yeah, I get your point. And Diablo Immortal, please do not use more than 3 emojis. If you do that, the AI that's policing the chat will delete your message and probably time you out for 5 seconds. Yeah, he already did. But apologies for that. It's not a human being. It's pre-programmed to behave that way. Please don't just use more than 3 emojis. I think we've read that comment. We've read this one. I had to find your name highlighted. Let's see. I think we've addressed all these comments here for one. Okay, and these I read that. Okay, he says sorry, urgent call code. No problem. I will rejoin later if like. Okay, no problem. Let's see. But I still have your comment here, Diablo. But please refrain from using the 3 emojis. And we actually need just 21 more likes to get it to 100 likes. We're getting closer to that. We still have 142 people following the show on YouTube, so we can reach 100 likes. In total, we have 189 followers, 151 on YouTube. The rest is shared between X and Facebook, where they're equally. I honestly do not know. But this one reads, these Arsenal fans just reminded me of PSG fans saying that Chelsea career is over and got smashed by Chelsea. Even PSG coach got jealous at the end. Same might happen to Arsenal. And I remember the one that I liked the most, that I know you loved that one, Hansi Flick, that saying he wants his players to play like Chelsea players. That and that tickled your fancy, didn't it?
Well, it did, because there's a lot of Hansi Flick sexuals that absolutely love him and saying he would have been and still is the perfect coach for Chelsea. Yes, I do. He would get. Can people really see us playing with a high line like that? That's basically Tottenham. You can't play like that in the Premier League. Are you kidding me?
I think we play that cautiously. We don't risk everything.
We don't play with that high line, coach. We don't play like that.
No, we don't. If I remember also Enzo Maresca saying that Ancelotti told him to ditch the high line. You remember that, all right? After that friendly. During preseason.
Yeah, but that's experimental. He wanted to
experiment. He had to. It was preseason. Go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, that's just experimental. He wanted to try it out to see how some players work out. That's what you do in preseason. That's what it's for. So but he hasn't done that in games. I mean, some we push up high line when we play against a team that's such a low block that you have no other choice than to play a high line.
I
Because
mean, which is again to assert a sustained pressure. Sometimes we just
exactly.
be, you can say, forced to be in that position, not necessarily how we operate traditionally. But go ahead, what you were saying.
No, we're more like Arsenal, mid block basically. You know, go back when you attack a bit lower, go forward when push more numbers in the box when you attack. More of a mid block, yeah. It's type of, you know, a very well balanced approach basically. Yeah, you can't play. Hansi Flick would not survive in the Premier League with that high line. Are you kidding
You
me? I like the guy. He's a very good coach, and I liked him always, but not that style of football will not work in the Premier League. Will basically be Tottenham like against and like with Ange Postecoglou. It's just not going to work.
Yeah.
You need specific players for that. You need a whole 10, 11 players specific for that. And we don't have those.
Yeah, and it's a very, very difficult approach to implement. It takes time.
It takes time, yeah.
A lot
It
of
takes
pace
time. But
everywhere.
even so, you still won't be able to execute it in the Premier League. Very hard. You're not going to win much. You're not. Look, you win. It'll be fun to watch, but you're not going to be winning Premier Leagues. That's for sure.
A lot of people will enjoy it, but they will exploit it effectively. Yeah. Big up to you too, Michael. It's been kind of nice to see you. Went down one there. I do hope you're doing well, and thank you for joining the conversation, guys. Chelsea to win on Sunday by 4-1. Wow. Okay, Peace Moyo. You said that like 3 times. Greetings to you too, Michael. Nice to see you. Let's see. Chelsea young kids scored 2 goals. Estevao. Okay. Estevao to score 2 goals against Arsenal. I think he can. Chelsea forever. Diablo, thank you for understanding it's the AI that's policing the chat. Once you use more than 3 emojis and you're not a moderator, it will delete your message and time you out. Or if you use all caps, it will delete your message and time you out. Chelsea will be cooked. Okay, Arsenal 4-0. This guy thinks. Okay, we'll see. Here's the thing. This one, Dante, here's what else? I think there's something I wanted to talk about, but I can't quite remember. We're waiting. I'm just waiting for the presser to come on so that we can see what the manager has to say and talk about it.
Just for the cooking, everybody, the ones saying that we're going to cook Arsenal 4-0, 5-0, yeah, that's very, very unlikely to happen.
And Arsenal fans saying they're going to cook us 4-0, 5-0.
No, I'm just saying Arsenal are not a team that you can really cook 4-5-0 because they're too solid defensively and they're well balanced and they have you're not going to cook a team like that 4-5-0. That's just not realistic to happen. I mean, it can happen. A lot of things have to go right for that to happen, but I'm sorry, I don't see that happening. You know, they have not been cooked. You know, so they haven't really been cooked.
They're defensively solid. They're compact. They defend as a unit. Their defense starts from the attacking area, actually.
Correct. Yeah, more midfield. We're more midfield at Caicedo, and then even from the front as well. Yeah. So, and our left back, right back, that's where we're strong, pretty much. So, yeah. Look, they'll be very hard to cook. You're not cooking Arsenal 5-0. That's just not going to happen on that type of team.
Even
I wish it happens,
but even a 10-man Arsenal will still defend resolutely.
Yeah, because then they'll go into a proper defensive structure, and then it'll be even harder to break down. Correct. Yeah.
So I agree. Estevao to destroy Arsenal. Good morning to you too. Your name is Aldo Castro 2475. Thank you for joining, Aldo Castro. I appreciate you. More likes, people. 147 people following the show. We should have at least 90 likes. Let's get likes up. 19 more to get to 100. I think we can do that. Chelsea don't beat Arsenal, you think? Okay, we'll see. Let's see. Michael Irving says, will people take Chelsea as underdogs against Arsenal? They're already doing that. Nobody, even the so-called Paul Merson, is saying he doesn't see Chelsea beating Arsenal, but didn't go ahead to say whether Arsenal will beat Chelsea. So for me, I think he's leaving room to say he didn't say Arsenal would beat Chelsea. He only said Chelsea would not beat Arsenal.
Watch pre-game. Watch pre-game. He'll say, I can see them really beating him 3-4, 3-1, 4-1. Watch 100%. That's what he does always.
Is that his thing?
That's his thing. He the Barcelona early in the week. He said, "Yeah, should be good game, but I don't see them beating Barcelona. Then the pre-match stuff when he did, I think Barcelona probably could wipe the floor with them. They're probably 3-4-0. I'm like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, then after beating Barcelona, the talks turned into how Barca didn't turn up. And which was why, who was that on the panel that I told? And was it someone in the chat? I think it was someone in the chat, maybe Wera, that was saying how, who was it that was saying that Barcelona
No,
didn't
there was
turn up?
another one. Wera was saying that too, but there was another one.
And I was telling him they didn't play well because we make them look bad. It was our approach, irrespective
But
of
that
who
same
they were
guy
missing.
said in the preview show that we're losing 4-1, and he's a Chelsea fan, but he said we're losing 4-1 to them.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And let's see. Please like, comment, and share the video. And Peace Moyo said Chelsea will destroy Arsenal by 2 goals this Sunday. Okay, you've not been consistent. I thought you said 4-1 Moyo, but that's fine. Like, comment, and share. Thank you. 84 likes, 16 more to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. And we still have 173 people following the show here. We can make it happen. It's gonna be a game of fine margins. That sounds like it. And that's a quick way. I don't know whether to say Zulu. That's South African name. Kwetwayo Zulu. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. I sincerely do apologize. It will be a game of fine margins. I agree, and I just hope we will be careful enough not to make mistakes at the back. Here's something I want to say quickly, given your comment. I think, if anything, something we've mastered very well is that we've learned how to play with good balance. We don't just risk everything going forward. Transitional play like we did on that Mauricio Pochettino, just everything, blah, 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 blah. And opposing teams were able to beat us like we didn't have good players at the time. But
Like
on the
Arsenal
Enzo
beat us
Maresca,
5-0.
even if we lose the ball, it's usually even difficult to counter and be successful because we attack with numbers, but at the same time, he's found a way to ensure that we're always cautious and able to, you could say, recover quickly if we lose the ball. But let's hear you on that, Dante.
Yeah, he's definitely. We've definitely improved on that, and that's knowing the system, the experience of knowing the system in the second year, pretty much like PSG in their first year, and then and the second year, bang, they knew the system. The players said they learned the system off by heart, basically, sort of halfway through that second season, and then they went on that big run and won, obviously, the Champions League. So, yeah, when it's a system like that you got to know your positional play. You got to be in a certain radius to me, and that's what Maresca pushes. You can see the training, and he likes the balance. So you got to be in a certain spot to receive ball, to defensively. Some players need to be in a certain spot so you can recover back as well. So yeah, it's very technical because it's all about spaces, radiuses, basically little circle, 2 meter radiuses on the pitch. You got to be in that area, and until you learn that on the ball, off the ball, in transition. Certain phases of play till you master those things, very much like PSG and Enrique does as well. He does that as well, exactly. That's his philosophy as well. So until you master that, it takes a while, and obviously adding new players doesn't help that because your other players' integration, you got to learn. And we've started a bit slow with that, because of that. But now you saw the last 5 games, not really seeing those mistakes, and you're seeing the players, even the ones that came in new, that they kind of starting a little bit to learn. It's only the wingers really in that new sort of role, so it's not that bad. But even them, they're starting to learn it a bit, going backwards. You see the improvement. Garnacho defending backwards really well. Estevao
Garnacho is
doing
a different player at Chelsea.
Yeah, so you're going to see, till they learn that system. We haven't integrated as many new players. It's only basically the 2 wingers, which they're not. Garnacho's option number 1 at the moment, which Gittens is not anyway. Estevao, that winger again, he's another one. It's the wingers basically. And a striker, sorry. The striker, Delap, he's new as well. So there's a couple of players. João Pedro too, but at least he was there preseason as quite a lot, and he played a lot preseason, which helped as well. But that's sort of that area. But the last 5 games, I think we've been very defensively strong, not conceding. Maybe one, I think we've averaged around 0.75, something like that for the last 5 games, a goal GA or something like that, which is amazing, which is very, very solid. You can't get better than that. So, yeah, look, it's going in the right directions. We've learned the system well. So it's just, our key players are pretty much mainstays of that team now. They know the system inside out, those main players that play every week in, week out, which is a good core of them now. It's a large core of them. So we've got that. Now it's also developing the rest, and then maybe adding a couple at next season that will fit into that structure and that system that can improve in some areas where we're not quite as strong.
Look, our manager he's a student of the beautiful game, but you have to look at the beyond. You could say that aesthetic aspect of the game to know that he's a very tactically gifted manager. The Italian in him means he values some defensive aspect of the game very, very well.
And that's, you see, I saw many people on it saying,
go ahead.
He's getting a lot of yellow cards on the sideline. He's yelling too much. He's yelling too much at the players. No, he's coaching the players. He's yelling to them to get in position in that 2 meter radius where he wants them to be, because they've strayed out of that zone. So he's just he's basically, reminding them. That's why you see him, he's up and down the touchline, yelling, organizing. That's what we need. Well, you saw out last season, for example, under our ex, most of the time sitting on the bench watching.
I was going to do a tapping on you, even the Potter too, but go ahead, to our previous
even
exes.
Potter as well.
Yeah,
not really coaching those players, not those young players. Well, you're not going to fast track anything by not doing that. So this is why he's been so successful. And I said from the start, he's going to be very good because he's that type of coach. He's an assistant coach, and that's what all the assistants are really top ones. They become top coaches. That's what they do. And he implemented that, and that's how the players learn much quicker, and they get into the proper formation, the proper shape, the proper, like I said, zones he wants them to be in, attacking and defending. That's very important for a team, especially a young team.
Yeah, you need to micromanage them. I get it; they will learn in the process, but you don't. If you wait for them to learn everything on their own, again, a lot will go bad. I think it's important you micromanage them. Porta didn't do that. Pochettino didn't do that, and then Maresca, he's doing that a lot, quite a lot. Like as you've mentioned already, always yelling at them, screaming instructions to them, and you can argue that has helped a lot.
And have you seen the big screens at the stadium as well that he goes through at the training ground? He's got the big 10-meter screen up, and he stops it every when they do the like 8 versus 8, 10 versus 10, 11 11
to explain situations, right?
To explain what he wants and where they want them to be and what he wants them to do. He stops it every like 5-10 minutes to explain, shows the replay. You're doing this wrong. This is what I want from you. He's that type of micromanager, and that's what these players needed. Young players needed that. Now, there's probably a couple you don't really need to do that anymore too. Caicedo is one of those. You don't really need to do that. Cucurella. There's a couple of older heads in there that you don't really need to do that. Enzo Fernandez, he still yells a lot. I see him yelling at Enzo Fernandez all the time. That's because he drifts a bit out of position sometimes because he's all over the place, over the field. But he yells at him to relay messages to others. That's his general on the field. That's his main connection point, Enzo Fernandez. So he yells at him all the time, I see as well. So giving him instructions to tell others as well. So he's that type of coach that will micromanagement, but that works when they're young. This does not work when usually it doesn't. He'll calm that down as they get older and more. It doesn't work for more experienced players because then you're overdoing it, and that's when you cause friction, and it doesn't work with older players as well. But he'll stop doing that once the players that he has, they get it. Once they're a bit older and into their primes. Let's not forget, none of these players are in their prime yet. They're not even close.
No. It's just that you could say they played a lot together, leading to them becoming more of a unit than we were 2 seasons ago and 2 seasons ago. Plus, the more you play, the more experience you garner. That makes a huge difference, but they're definitely not in their prime yet.
No, so 24, the better ones like 25. I mean, you only really enter your prime, that 26 maybe you start entering your prime, 26 to 30. That's pretty much your prime. That 28's that sweet spot where those 2-3 years there you're really pretty much should have everything going. So they're not even quite up in their prime yet. So once they get there, yeah, he won't need to do that as much with those players. Other players that come in if you get, but by then it'll be a different team. So we'll see what happens then. He might not even be the right coach to take us to that next step after. We'll have to wait and see. That has not been proven yet. I think he will be fine, but you never know because, like I said, that message, sometimes a micromanager like that does not work better with older, more experienced players because it just
I
doesn't. They
mean,
don't
I mean,
listen.
chances are the more experienced it become, the less he needs it to be. You could say
Exactly. Yeah.
going hard at them in terms of screaming instructions. Because yeah, as a kid, matures, you only wait if they make mistakes. Then you call them to attention later on and say, why did you do this? You know you shouldn't be doing that. I think probably he will change. It
He has
depends
to.
on the age. You could say the players he's dealing with.
Yeah,
And,
he
and
has
and
to.
here's something you said that I like. Chances are he might not be that sort of manager that will adapt to, you could say, managing a much older, more experienced players who I don't think it worked to micromanage. But go ahead.
No, it doesn't work. No, it does. I've experienced it a couple of times. No, it doesn't work because that same message, that full on hardcore micromanaging, it does not work because when you're older and it's not the same. You're not going to listen, and then you start having not listening. Then there's problems. So no, it never
You
works.
have to deal with a lot more complex egos.
A lot, yeah. So it never works to having that. He'll need to change that if he wants to stay long term, because that if the players are older and they're still here and they're all in their primes, that's not he can't do that same. He won't be able to do the same exactly because that will not work. Yeah. So hopefully he changes and it does, it continues. But there is a chance there that then you might need another coach to come in that doesn't do it like that if he can't do it any other way, well then that's just his style of coaching and he loves that way and that's his passion. That's how he likes to manage and coach. Well, there'll be plenty of other teams he can do it. Then you might need a coach that comes in and manages very differently. So we'll wait and see. That's a long time away, but I'm just making an example. Yeah.
All right, more likes, people. 8 more to get it to 100 likes. I do believe we can make that work. Thank you for that comment, my South African brother. Definitely the name Zulu. I think. I don't think I don't know whether it's specific to South Africa only, but yeah, Chelsea will beat Arsenal by 3-0. Thank you for that comment, Nuruddin Kashi. Nice to see you. I appreciate you. And then we have Diablo. Don't worry, Chelsea will win. Okay, I'm not worried. The bigger the occasion, the more confident I feel. I think I said that 1,000 times. Ame Peter says it's 2 Chelsea will enter. It's 2 Arsenal 1. And Peace Moyo Estevao to score 2 goals and destroy Arsenal on Sunday. Okay, I will take it, but let's see. This is my favorite game of the year. We need all the fans are behind our team. I predict 2-0 for Chelsea. And by the way, the fans were magnificent against Barcelona. They were vociferous on top of their lungs. You could argue, I don't want to just complain. I think they were good on the day. I was going to say probably because we played well overall, but I don't
No,
want to
no, that's not the reason, coach. That's not
complain.
the only reason.
What do you think was the reason why they were
Well, the other reason
they were
is
marvelous?
the bitter old that don't like clear Lakewood. They don't go to those. Those season ticket holders don't go to those games. Season ticket holders only have games for league games, so Premier League games. They have to buy tickets, and Champions League tickets are double in price than normal tickets usually. And some of the nice to see, the better sit, and some where they sit, there's a lot of them that are double in price. They don't go to those games. You got a lot of much more younger crowd and a bit more international crowd, and the ones that that, like I said, the prices are much higher for Champions League games, and yeah, they sell a lot of their tickets, so they make a lot of money on those games as well. Some people that they've got the ticket system where you can go as a member, long time member, and you get points and you get tickets quicker. So then they buy a couple of multiple tickets, but they sell them. They don't keep them. How I got my tickets exactly when I went. and I went to a Premier League game and I went to a Champions League game. I can tell you now, there's a big difference between a Premier League game and a Champions League game. Crowd-wise, younger, more boisterous, louder, very different from league game where more of the crowd is very old, more mature.
But here's the thing. Let's just say be nice. Let's just generalize and say the home fans were magnificent.
They were magnificent. I'm just giving you a little reasons why.
No, I understand, but I tried to avoid saying that, but I knew you were going to come in with a more specific answer, highlighting why that was the case. Not generally the home fans, but go ahead with what you were saying.
Well, it's just, I mean, we see it on Champions League night. There's a big difference. You're losing, you're drawing 0-0, and you're playing in the Premier League at home, and the crowd's booing you. That same crowd in the Champions League is not doing that. Why?
So it's important to understand why, and you've explained.
Exactly. Those guys, especially under the Clear Lake era here, this was even before Clear Lake, it was always better for the reason I told you, just more younger, other people go, they don't go as often, and then they go, and then they're, really excited. They're just, they're excited to be there. They don't sit there. There's a difference when a 70-year-old man goes that's mature, or a 30-year-old.
No disrespect to anyone, let's be clear.
No disrespect, but there is a different state. When you get older at that age, you're not sitting there and yelling and, singing and yelling. You're more mature. You're a bit different. So there is that side to it as well. That's part of it. Under the Clear Lake era, it's more, a lot of those are bitter fans, which they don't like Maresca or Clear Lake at all. So they just boo at halftime, if it's not working and they're not playing well, or, you're not winning by halftime, they're booing at halftime. So there's a big difference. Champions League, the crowd is different. Yes, there's still a lot of those that go, but a lot of them do not go anymore. So that when you take 20% out of that crowd of those guys that don't go, and you add 20% of new people, or people just, younger, more, boisterous people, and that it makes the atmosphere much better. And like I said, there is a contrast. When I used to go to games before Clear Lake, I haven't been since Clear Lake took over, but before that, I went a few times. There was always a difference between, even then there was a difference because of it. Now, even more so, there's a difference. And I mean, I'm not just saying this out of, it's been already proven. A lot of people I've talked to, they go to the games and that, etc., said the same thing. So, yeah.
And Gautam Kapali, sorry that your message got deleted, but please, the rule is, again, you don't use more than 3 emojis. If you do, the AI, not a human being, so you don't think anybody timed you out. It's called Nightbot Robot there, as you can see. Yeah, I timed you out because you used more than 3 emojis, and that's not something I can change right now. So please, welcome to the community. Apologies that your message got deleted, but don't just use more than 3 emojis and you'll be all right. Chelsea, not defense, I'm not sure I understand that. And Michael Obinka says, well, my Chelsea will sort them out. That's showing belief that Chelsea will beat Arsenal. We have to stop Arsenal from a treble. Do I think it happens? They might end up winning one trophy. Treble, I don't see that happening. Arsenal are in so much good form. They will beat. They will beat Chelsea. I'm not sure I understand that. Isaiah Tumobo. It will be a draw. That's your prediction. Okay, a draw is possible. This is not the match preview exercise proper. We still do that, I think, the day of the game, actually, early in the morning. We're proud of England, London Blue forever. The Monsieur Abebe, thank you for saying that. We are the biggest club in London, in my opinion. And I think I can prove it. Chelsea will win 2-0. Gambari, Yetunde, Ekubadu, Karo, and thanks for joining the conversation. Estevao to score 2 goals. And Chelsea to win by 4-1. That's according to Peace Moyo. Moyo, you said that.
On a mission to repeat.
Yeah, like 10 times now. 4-1. Arsenal, Estevao to Chelsea for Arsenal 1. Estevao to score 2 goals. Okay, let's see. As I promised, if we beat them, we'll do a giveaway. Chelsea Thought Kit with your name printed on it. But if you're from certain zones in Africa, you get the cash equivalent. What else do we have here? Chelsea 4-1. Okay, we've seen that. Arsenal red card. Okay, thank you. There's the difference between yelling and instructions. You still do yell instructions. But Dante, did you see that? If that's from Hafiz. Let me say your name correctly. I'll try. Hafiz Zalani says there's a difference between yelling and instructions. You can still yell instructions.
There's no other way when you're playing in a stadium there's noise around, and it's a big pitch. The players have got to hear you. You can't do it without yelling. I'm sorry.
You have to yell before it actually get you to be able to get your point across. If you don't yell, it will be nothing. Yeah.
It's very simple.
Arsenal to get a red card and lose by 4-1. Okay. Let's see what happens here. We have who do we have here? Azo Ali says, "Hi man, should I be ambitious about Sunday? Up to you. What does your gut tell you to do? Up to you. Look at numbers. Look at everything. You can, if you look at numbers, the current form of both teams, like goal concession per game, goals scored per game, current form. These days, history doesn't really matter. Let's say in terms of predicting the outcome of a game. I think our players have matured to a measure where history doesn't really face them. In this case, it's actually the bigger the occasion, the more they perform. So look at those things and try to make sense of them, then come to a sensible conclusion with regards to what the possible outcome will be. Kevin Morila, I haven't seen you in a while, brother. Hope you're doing well. Greetings from Kenya, Coachila. Nice to see you, my Kenyan bro. I do hope the Kenyans are doing well, and thank you for finding the time to join the conversation. And my bro here, Briani Yahayu, aka plenty of names. I can't even remember one, but I think he's reverted to CFC. Shed keep the blue flag flying high. But nice to see you, my bro. I appreciate you. Chelsea 1, Arsenal 3. Definitely an Arsenal fan. Terry, but thank you for joining the conversation. Big up to you, Chimera. I don't want you here. You're going to start distracting me with your agendas now. But much love to you, Chimera. Nice to see you. What about Cole Palmer? I think we'd have to wait for the press out to see if we get a hint from the manager that he starts. But I think he will play a part. The question is, that's just my opinion. That's not driven by anything that I've heard from the club with regards to his fitness. But going by the fact that the club worked together a customized footwear to help with the stumped feet or toe, so to speak. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Kopama is back. Opelua Samuel Babatunde Ekugbado Ekaro, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Is he back? You're sounding that sounds convincing. It looks like you've seen something. Has the press started, Dante? I don't think so.
No, I don't see nothing yet. No.
Okay. Estevão to destroy Arsenal. Okay, peace. We've heard you. Kevin Marilla, Arsenal are well structured. The Enzo Fernandez will be key. We need long balls to win that game. Did you see Bayern? Do we really need long balls to beat Arsenal? No. I think they would deal with it effectively. Do we need long balls to beat them?
No, that's not how you beat Arsenal. Because
that's not how you beat them. You have to be precise. Because take your chances, and even if you try to rely on your you can say number 9 bullying their defenders, probably not going to work. You can say they're probably less prepared in terms of a powerful number 9, because I don't think Gabriel is available for selection.
No. They still got 2 big guys there, obviously.
Saliba is a good defender on his day.
Obviously, Saliba, and he's big, he's tall. But Mosquera's 6'5" or 6". He's tall as a big guy.
But is he as good in terms of overall, you could say, application?
Not as good, but he's still learning. He's still new there, but he did well against Bayern Munich and stuff. So, I mean, they got, I'm saying physicality, they're tall, they're strong. So, yeah, like you said, you're not going to really bully them that much in that, as much.
Yeah, let's see. And for Habana, okay, Habana Bashaka, okay, is a Chi. That's definitely an Igbo name there. Ooh, good. Chelsea will win 2-1. Okay, all right. I hope we'll see what happens there. We haven't smashed Arsenal in a while. I don't see us losing, but we've got reckless bozo and card merchants with anger issues. Okay, where do you stand? You don't see us losing, but at the same, but the bots there. I'm not sure what you're trying to
Did he
say.
say? I think he was the one that said that we're gonna get absolutely wiped off the floor with from Barcelona. 4-1. He said Barcelona. I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, you mean Chimera?
No, that my T1. I think it was a my T1.
Chimera never gives us a chance, but I'm not sure who you're referencing. Terry Suckley. Okay,
That's not
congratulations
Chimera,
on winning
coach.
the league
That's not
and
Chimera.
Champions League. Well done, Arsenal. Yeah, exactly. Give it to them in advance. Let's see. Arsenal to get a red card on Sunday. We might actually. I don't think we get a red card, but I think one of the teams will concede a penalty. And for me, probably will consider go from penalty from them, possibly. First first loss for Arsenal, according to Peace Moy. Peace, you can serious about what you've been preaching. Caroline, Michelle, hello. What's the update on Cole Palmer? We haven't heard anything. I'm waiting for the presser to come on, and he hasn't. I think probably a beat, and hopefully, but Dante most likely may not be on the panel by the time it comes on.
It's at
Uh,
1:30 p.m. London time. That's when
so
the
what time is it right now? UK time, 12 something.
let me see, London time. It's no, so it should start in 5 minutes.
Oh, it's just okay. So we're good. So we'll be discussing his comments, the manager's comments from the presser. Good morning, people. Good morning to you too, Jonathan and Jonathan. So I'm not sure. This probably not on YouTube because YouTube would have deleted the message. So I'm not sure the link you're sharing. You haven't said anything, and we can't just start visiting any link you shared there. Can anybody say when is the presser? In 5 minutes, if you were paying attention. Um, Uzama Jesus. Wow, some name. I love the first name, probably because I know the meaning. Good evening, bro. Good evening to you too. Actually, it's been a while. I hope everything is all right with you, Chelsea 2001. I'm good. I can complain. And thank you for asking how I've been. I hope you've been good too. We'll see. What else do we have here? I hope Palmer is okay to play on Sunday. I hope too, but we'll find out in a bit. Where can I watch the presser? I think on YouTube. Almost always free on YouTube. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dante.
Yeah, they usually have it at Chelsea TV on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, so always free. So let's see. Chelsea will win against Arsenal on Sunday. Caroline, let's say if our coach can use the same formation, I don't think he'd use the same approach that we used against Barcelona because they're different. So they play differently. Yeah, and Chimera here saying no agendas and not.
That's Shanks, coach. That's not Chimera. That's Shanks.
No,
Is
my
it?
T is the Shanks. No, that's Chimera.
I thought it was. He's saying it's Shanks, not. Yeah.
Did he say he's Shanks?
Yeah. That's what he said in the chat.
Why am I mixing names up here? Because YouTube ruined it. You don't know who is who. All I can say is that Arsenal is not going to find it easy on Sunday. We are doing well these days. Both teams are in excellent form, and nothing you can say justifies that than the table itself. First and second position teams. I don't see us losing to Arsenal on Sunday, neither draw. We're winning up the Blues, according to Caroline Mitchell. I hope we win. What else do we have here? The Lab hat trick against Arsenal? No, I don't think so. But the Lab will eventually start firing on Arsenal as he looks much better against Barcelona. Let's see. Do I live in the UK? Why would I know the UK time? And I don't even have like a clock in my front to be able to tell what time it is over there. Only if Maresca plays the wrong squad, gave Arsenal upper hand, then they win against us. Okay, Jay is back. Thank you for joining back again. Oh, and then he follows it up with almost, but then to look at that banter picture, let's look at it. And then I'll scroll to the very bottom. I'll try the best I can to get your subsequent contributions in the chat, but it's not been that easy. I've looked for some of the comments that I see. The Barcelona, not necessarily the Barcelona admin, the Barcelona admin hasn't hasn't said much since after he posted the picture that the Chelsea admin responded with this one. That shot, that scream, that night. That's the same thing they said. That shot, that scream, that night. But yeah, as is current, so as is relevant, theirs isn't. But they posted theirs before the game.
Yeah,
That, I
exactly.
don't know if you have anything to add to that.
No, exactly. Yeah, that's like I said. We have a new team this season, and they've done really well to step up that social media stuff. So they've really been cooking everyone this year. So it's good to see. We needed that. We needed a better like social media team to do stuff like this.
Yeah. The fans enjoy a lot of that, and I think if we were to start looking at the comments, I think Chelsea fans would cook them a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think we should do that. Let's just get the comments here while we wait for comments to appear from the manager's presser. I don't think so.
I'll tell you what Flick said, Coach. Flick he's they're this. Yeah, we pretty much broke them a bit. To be honest, they're not happy. He's like, he did his press conference. He said that Araujo, the one that got a red card, he's got a stomach virus and will be out tomorrow. And then he said, morally, we're all down. This defeat against Chelsea has been tough for us.
It could have been worse for them.
So they're not in a good headspace. Flick has been turned upside down.
Here's the thing. I don't think they expect us to, because we were on them, and there's no way. Nobody can watch that game and say we were able to beat them the way we did because they finished the game with a man down. The red card came on the verge of the end of the first half, didn't it?
Yeah, 44th minute. Yeah.
Go ahead. Let me take this call. Probably my wife telling me that she's not. I see the garage open. Go ahead.
The stuff Flick said, he doesn't think that's the reason why. He knows they would have still lost and would have probably still get it. They still would have lost and not played well. He conceded that basically some of the stuff.
Dante, go ahead. I'll be back in a few seconds. She's not able to close the garage. Let me take care of it.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Look, even Flick kind of admitted that it might have made a difference, but really, it's not really. He said like he still thinks they would have had a tough time anyway. So, and then today, he said morally we're all down. This defeat against Chelsea has been very tough for all of us. So, yeah, we kind of broke them a little bit. So we'll see how they recover from that. But yeah, look, Arsenal, different kettle of fish, different test, play completely different, obviously, from what Barcelona are going to play. And definitely not that high line, and they won't do that. So we'll wait and see what happens. But yeah, I'm pretty confident we can get a result. I think it'll be a close game. Probably 1 goal difference, maybe. I don't see it being a very, open sort of free flow game where you're going to score goals. I don't think that'll happen. I think it'll be quite tight. Maybe 1-2 goals max in that game, probably.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tight game, honestly.
Well, the last couple of the Maresca 1-1 at home when Neto scored, where we actually, I think, hit the bar we should have really won that game as well. The 2-1 when we lost away to Emirates, again, we did not deserve to lose that game. We should have got a draw at least. So we've been probably very, very even. I'd say just because they won that game, probably not even saying that. Actually, I think it's probably been pretty even. If not, we've probably edged to deserve more points when we played against them under Maresca, to be honest. I think we had more chances. We just didn't, unfortunately, finish some of those chances with Jackson and some of those players we had at the time. So got some different players now, so different profiles. So that should help. I think we've got better finishers in Delap and João Pedro. So we've got a bit more firepower. Obviously, Estevao as well. I think we've got even Garnacho. I think we've got a bit more firepower now than we had last season.
Yeah, I know a lot of people underrate Garnacho, but he's a player you don't underestimate. If you do that at your own peril because he can
Yeah,
sprinkle
look,
surprises.
he played pretty good. He should have had a couple of assists, to be honest. One was offside just, and then the other one, one of the ones we missed. So he probably should have had a couple of assists. But other than that, they defended him pretty well. But he still actually did pretty well. We just needed a different angle, a different someone else to come in. So he came off. I think 60th minute he came off, something like that. So um, yeah, he had a pretty good game in my opinion. He was pretty solid. Nothing too special, nothing too. He had a pretty good solid game. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Give me 1 second here. Let me see if we're starting, if we're seeing things from the press out right now. That would be great. That's Vincent. So I'm gonna refresh this. We'll wait as long as we start seeing this things from the press conference. We'll start addressing them. And here we have Wilson Jerry, who says, "I'm a Chelsea fan, and the pressure is our Blues to stay within a striking distance of Arsenal. So a win on Sunday." Absolutely paramount. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's a one horse race. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not even concerned about the league. I just wanted to get a good result on the day. Mr. T1 says, T1 Ogungbe, is that where you derived that name from? We need to ask ourselves what our weaknesses are and if Arsenal can exploit it. Our weaknesses right now, defensive frailty, I think it'd be correct to say that, which you could argue we've looked solid now of late, really. How many clean sheets in a row? I hope Palmer is back. He might be, but I'm not too sure. Let's hope we don't get a red card. Okay. That picture from the night when Estevao scored reminds me of Devil's Advocate. Really? That's one of my all-time favorite movies, actually. I love
We
that
know,
movie.
coach. We know you. We know that.
Sorry?
We know that's your favorite movie, the
Uh,
Devil one. We know that
because I'm
already.
from the H place, right? You were going to say
Yeah.
that.
No, you love the Devil's Advocate. You love the Devil movie. Yeah, we know.
Oh my goodness! But seriously, I do love that movie. Really, Al Pacino he was great, and Keanu Reeves both were excellent in that movie. Our weakness is not taking our chances. If we will be clinical, we will blast Arsenal. Okay. Yeah, I do love that movie. Really, Chelsea is the best team in the world. Becca Vosla. I hope I didn't butcher your name. I mean, Palmer should not start this game. We don't know how fit he is. Yeah, big up to all of you. Anything? Am I missing anything here? Coachila's garage. No, something was failed. I think I'm not sure how that happened. So the sensor was seeing it, and probably because she's already in the car and it's cold outside, wouldn't want to come down to try to do it. Only way we lose is wrong player selections from Maresca or individual balls and moments from Sanchez, Gusto Chalova, and Delap. We cannot lose if we go toe. And up to Charles. I don't believe you when you say up to Chelsea because you always have agenda. If Arsenal play Gyökeres as the main
Oh,
striker, he
damn.
will be good thing for us. Right now they are playing
Coach,
it like a team, but with a striker, he will be different. Yeah, the same thing we talked about Dante, looking to find the striker, and the opposition team will know. And I don't think Gyökeres knows how to apply himself as a decoy player.
coach,
Look, he just puts his body about and tries to be physical.
He bullies
And just
defenders. Yeah,
yeah, tries to make a mess of it, and yeah, just make it look ugly. But yeah, that's what they want because then they can push some players up and lock the ball in. It's just a part of their strategy. They don't really score goals from open play. We score more goals, way more goals than them from open play. They're more of they score goals mostly from not open play, basically free kicks, corners,
Dante.
stuff like that. So yeah, look,
yeah.
Hello,
Go ahead,
guys.
Jay.
Jay's back.
Don't really want to interrupt, but there's a breaking news. Coach, you should check.
Go on, Jay, tell us.
It sounds
Palmer
like
is
good
not
news,
only
not a
available
bad
for
one.
bench, he is available to start, according to Maresca.
Cole Palmer is able to start.
Yes, not only bench, he is able to
Woo!
start.
Well,
I think he's known all the while.
he
And
was
thank you for
training,
saying
but
it.
and they got that
He's
boot,
known.
so yeah.
Jay, I would say that Maresca, he's always known that Cole Palmer will play this game.
Look,
There's no way he didn't know.
I don't want to cuss on this stream, but let me leave it. I just want to say it was big F by Maresca about all those, fracture in the toe and all.
So probably
No,
some
it's not.
boohoo.
That
It's
was a
because it
BS
not.
move.
sounded
That's
For
too
me,
funny.
that was a
Really. I
BS
get
move.
it.
Come on, guys.
I mean, it can happen, but that sounded like a lot of boohoo.
Coach, he would have
Yeah.
played. He was
I mean,
training
it's
before
mind games.
Barcelona. He was training before Barcelona. You're telling me he wouldn't have played?
Listen, I get where you're coming from, but I still say that makes the whole toe stomping thing sound like boohoo, but it looks
Well,
like a fact
why would you
because
make something up
we
like that when you can just say,
Go ahead.
Coach, you can. Why would you make something like that and you can just say he's just not match fit? He's not quite ready this week. You don't have to then make.
Well,
that's my whole point. And he was training. If he wasn't training, then I say maybe something's there. But because he was training
the,
and then did that,
the
he couldn't
obvious,
play.
Dante, the obvious answer could be mind games.
No.
It's a bit too much, really, because it will cause trust issues.
Exactly. You're not going to risk that and do mind games. No, he was ready to play.
I think that's okay. I think managers used to play all such games, during the time. So I don't think that's a big deal.
I've heard something, Jay. I've heard something to the effect of Kopama is available, but he just returned from an injury, so we're not too sure whether he's going to start.
Yeah, and then the injury happened, and then he said, "No, he's definitely not starting."
Specifically, that he's injured. Did that happen? That happened, but he didn't rule out the possibility of him playing. Maybe that aspect, I'd say that aspect, yeah, definitely mind games. Him saying, not ruling out the possibility of him playing against Arsenal. He didn't do that at any time.
Coach, I'm not saying this is wrong. I'm just saying that's smart. A psychological impact of this can be huge to your fan base.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah, the Arsenal fans, a few portion of it will be trembling right now. I can tell you that.
Even the manager himself will be shit. In all honesty, because Cole is a difference maker, and the bigger the occasion, I get the fans, rival fans say he's not a big game player. I don't know what SC needs to do to prove that.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah,
we'll see what happens, but I'll come back to us discussing. Given the fact that he's available, he didn't say whether he starts off the bench or he starts the game, right, Jay? Because I haven't seen anything on Vince's timeline.
No, it's all over the X.
Okay. Mr. Dante Sancho lacked the end product and the aggression. He lacked aggression, but he was still useful, and I think Maresca would have loved him to stay. It's on now. Will be searching for comments from the presser, and I think we're under for that. The moment we're through with it. Garnacho for me is better option for Gittens. I don't see why Maresca feels the need to sub him off. Yeah, because he's not a machine; he's a human being. Chelsea's attack has more aggression and firepower than last season. Chelsea are cooking. I think it'd be correct to see it that way. He has started. We'll start discussing the commentaries very soon. I just saw a report that Palmer's available this weekend. Yeah. Jason Tatum. Okay, I get where you derived that from. It's been a year since you told me about your favorite movie, Devil's Advocate. So you remembered, yeah. I will never forget that day. You died laughing, but you're still awake. Welcome back. Palmer seems to be training despite injury. You heard now that he's back. And Faisal Abdulaziz, just refrain from using 4 emojis. Just use 3. Don't use more than 3 so that your message will not be deleted by the AI that's policing the chat. A report I just saw, Palmer's back and starting. Wow. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. Let's see. I like this name. Probably because I know the meaning. Odogwu. Odogwu, thank you for joining the conversation. One day, I appreciate you, Agonkwo, for joining. Planning how to deal with Arsenal. But more importantly, Odogwu, thank you for joining. What else do we have here? Yeah, this is me. So I think I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Please, Coachila. In goal against Arsenal, he will play. All right, Ty is back. Maresca with another F-up. Did he really? Why is Vince not updating? Where is he? Where else can I go look for the updates from the presser? Did he say that? Jay, did you talk about him saying F off?
I don't know what he's saying.
No, not at all.
Okay, maybe but Ty is saying something as if he said, yeah, F off or something to that effect. But let's see. I don't think Maresca risks it. Palmer will also be out of form. Bring him on in the second half. Let's see what happens. I don't think he'd be out of form. If he's fit, he's fit. Let's see. I guess he was joking about the toe situation. It's gone beyond being a joke. Since a report even Sky Sports did report that that Chelsea had gotten specialized, maybe a custom made footwear to help with the issue. So he was smiling when he said it. Again, I'm not sure what to
That's
believe
because it
again.
sounds so silly. That's why he was
And
smiling.
Korea
It's
joked
a
about
silly
it. Go ahead.
injury. It's a funny injury, so of course he was smiling when he asked about it. It's a funny one of those funny injuries that,
Wow.
like your little toe. Yeah, it's funny. Like that's the only
It is
reason.
funny because I couldn't believe it.
Exactly.
Can
So that's why it's not as serious. It's one of those injuries. Like I said, it's one of those funny ones that when you hear about it, you laugh about it because it's your little toe. It doesn't sound serious at all, to be honest. But if it's fractured, it is serious because if you play with it, you can play with it. You can put an injection, play with it, no problem. But if you even it depends how bad it is, not even injection maybe. But if someone stomps on your foot or steps on your foot, you completely break it, and then you completely break it up. Well, then there's trouble, big trouble. So that you don't risk that with at the top level. You don't risk those things.
All
yeah,
right, looks
coach.
like Vince doesn't have
Sorry.
update for us. We might have to go to other places to check. Let's see. Spurs did the same thing to Harry Kane after when Harry Kane got injured. The manager rushed Harry Kane
Another
back
breaking
in
news.
the starting 11. Maresca is doing the same. Not I wouldn't go to the extent of saying it's the same situation. Oh wow. Okay, just having a conversation there. Let's see what else we have here. Imagine if we had Parma passing against Barcelona highliner Garnacho, would have had a hat trick on the day. Let's say big up the chat and the panel, except for coach. Just go away, Ty. Who didn't acknowledge my initial? Yeah, you're still crying. You want tissue? I knew you were going to say something about I highlighting your comment and not saying hello and then move on. But Ty, nice to see you once again. You know what to do. I absolutely must win for Chelsea. A loss would mean we are 9 points back and we could drop as low as fifth. Much love from Zambia. Thank you for joining the conversation, our Zambian brother in Wilson, Jared. I hope I pronounce your last name very well. Ty is cooking at Coachila. I knew he was going to say something. Estevao Palma NATO is a big game problem for Arsenal. Both three of them will most definitely be an issue. Let's see what we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Let's see. I'm more worried about Sanchez than Arsenal. I'm not worried about Sanchez anymore. Do I expect him to be perfect all through the season? No. Probably he still make mistakes here and there, but he's good enough. What's up? What's up to you too, Aki T? What's up, Chelsea Perspective? Cole Palmer can beat Arsenal, win Arsenal. Okay, so that Chelsea can celebrate for the Chelsea Football Club. Yeah, thank you for saying that. What else do we have here? I'm gonna scroll to the very bottom so we can go news hunting. And there was something I wanted to ask. Oh yeah, I did remember that. The panelists. So I will scroll to the very bottom, then I will try to get your subsequent contribution. And yes, there you go. Ty has shared the link to his YouTube channel. Go check it out. Let's help him get to 5,000, 10,000 subscribers as soon as possible. Please, if you haven't, go check it out. Be sure to subscribe. Please go and check Ty's YouTube channel. The link there. A lot of analysis on our new signings. If you don't know how our new signings operate, you will find good analytical videos on the way they apply themselves on the pitch on Ty's on Ty's YouTube channel. Let's see what else we have here. What do we have? Paulina. What? He's laughing. Okay, crowd. Last defeat at Stamford Bridge was in 2018. And remember, Chelsea haven't even won the Premier League in 50 years. That's enough. Okay. I'm not sure what to make of that comment, but yeah, I humored you by reading your comment. But thank you. I don't know. 50 years. I must have been living under the rock. Here's what
Coach,
I wanted to say, Dante. This game,
can I
in
interject, Coach?
many ways, maybe not many ways,
Interject.
maybe.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear Jay. Sorry, coach.
Oh, Jay wanted to
I
say
hate to
something. Go ahead.
interject like this again,
Sorry,
but
my
there's another
apologies.
breaking news or big news to be specific.
Go ahead.
So Maresca says that Dario Isogo also took part in training for the first time.
I thought it was going to
He
be
did.
until January.
No,
That's
I
a
told
big
you last
news.
week he started running duties last week already.
Yeah. You know what? I'll say this is much bigger than the Palmer news.
Because you've been very concerned about what's his name getting injured, Caicedo.
Yes. Our midfield depth is something I was really concerned, and he coming back,
Well, Santos
ahead
can
of this
cover that
busy
too.
schedule. Winter schedule is big.
The good thing about that, Jay, we saw Santos 2 times now cover that position pretty well, so he can do it as well.
Yeah, I told you he's really good as a six. He can do a really good job or a decent job, you know?
Oh yeah, I know. I watched him at Strasbourg last season, nearly every game. So yeah, I know he can do the job, no problem. Yeah, 100% he can.
Some good news, man. Some good news. You need to
That's
cover Maresca, coach.
he's closest to Caicedo in terms of operating in a traditional manner as a DM. And I think
Yeah.
Maresca, he's indicated he doesn't want to use Andreas Santos as mainly as a DM. He wants to use him mainly in the Enzo Fernandez.
Yeah, look, I think coach having a problem there. He wants to developing into more
Yeah.
that because he did have a lot of goals at Strasbourg and assists pushing forward. So he saw he can do that as well, play that CM role where you can push forward and crash the box. He did that against at Strasbourg as well. He played DM and he played CM and he mixed a bit of both. So I think we don't really have a sort of backup for Enzo, do we? We don't really have. That's why we have Isugo, obviously, for Caicedo, who can do that. So I think that's why he
Yeah.
was trending to teach him that role a bit more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and go to the Dodgers FC. Here's the question I wanted to ask you, Dante, before I find updates. For two, you could say one particular reason. More importantly, this game is more like a final, and you could argue Maresca don't lose finals. I think it'd be correct to
Yeah,
say
it
that.
is. Yeah.
He
Yeah.
doesn't lose finals, but this
Yeah.
game's in the fact, given the fact that we're second place to Arsenal, and the fact that losing would be 9 points behind them. I think that changes the way the players see it. I think it heightens the importance of the game. What do you think?
Like I said when we started the show, this is like almost a 9.6 point, game because they go 9 clear up top basically from us. So it's a very important game in that regard. We can fall out of the top four if other results, obviously, but most likely not. But we go way behind Arsenal, and 9 points is a big gap. Instead of being, say we win, we're the same, or being 3 points behind, but 9 points is big. That's a huge gap. So not just for us, but also for Arsenal to go to win the league as well. That really helps them as well. So in a way, it is kind of a very very important game. Not final. Well, okay, you can say that. Yeah,
No, I
it can
mentioned
have an
it
effect.
metaphorically, not
Yeah, yeah,
literally.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Extremely important game for
Yeah,
that.
go ahead.
And that's why I said a midweek. I'm not too worried about the Barcelona game, to be honest. I mean, if we win, great. If we draw, that's really good. If we somehow lose, like they're better than us and they deserve it, okay, whatever. I'm not worried about that game. I'm more worried about the Arsenal game. I want us to do. I would sacrifice the Barcelona game in a second if we beat Arsenal. I would lose to Barcelona if we beat Arsenal because I think that it's a very important game in the context of the season. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why I think, I would choose this game more over than Barcelona. And I said that when we did the preview and everything. Yeah.
Jay, your thoughts on you could say heightened importance of the game. You could say even without the fact that if we lose, we go 3 points behind. I think that makes it. You could say it changes the way the players see it. Since patterns show the bigger the occasion, the better we play. But let's hear you.
Yeah, I mean, Dante mentioned it perfectly. I can't really, tell you or emphasize enough the importance of this match, not just for Chelsea, but throughout the league. Believe me, not only Chelsea fans, it will be a whole lot of other fan bases, especially Manchester City, who will be looking at this match very closely. The difference between 3 points and 9 points is huge, especially for a team like Arsenal. The depth that they've got and the easy fixtures that they have now. Remember,
And,
they have
and how
there's
defensively solid they are, which means
yeah.
they're not going to lose a lot of games.
Yeah, they had a really tough start to the league. Like fixture wise, they had tough ones. Away trips to most of the matches at which they struggled last year. They have completed that. And if you're telling them that all the hard fixtures are almost done and you're top of the table with a lead of 9 points, that's a massive boost for them. You can practically say the league is over. Yeah, mathematically anything can happen. You can't say anything, but going into the winter period, they have easy fixtures. Their squad depth is amazing. It will be pretty much over, especially. So it is very important to put a pressure while they can say that yeah, someone is right behind their back and anything can happen. So that is very crucial. I can't really emphasize how big of a match this is, and I will agree with Dante that I will put this one a little more higher than the Barca one. Of course, hindsight is a thing in which we
Because
can
in the
say
Barca, in the
anything.
Barca one, we're speaking in hindsight, but had we lost that game to Barca,
Yeah,
we still have a good opportunity to still, but it might end up being a playoffs opportunity. But go ahead.
yeah, definitely. So they are going to face easy matches. So this one is for them as well very crucial. They can say that it's easy, it's Chelsea, we will go there, we will done our job very easily, but I'm telling you, they are very much nervous about it, and this could be a very crucial match for both Chelsea as well as for City. I'm repeating City again and again because even if we are not the title favorites, we will help City to climb up Arsenal.
Yeah, I agree with you. Maresca can win us the Carabao Cup. I hope it does. Who cares about those things? That they are just a source of toxicity and a source of harlots. I agree. Let's see what else we have here. Tobejo probably very busy today. Yep. What else do we have here? And I see somebody that I've missed in a while, and I'm not gonna can't wait to say his name. Up Chelsea to win Sunday. Peace, Moyo. You're still preaching it. Keep preaching. I hope it comes true. And I see, ooh, I love saying his name. Ooh, nice to see you. Ooh. I do hope you're doing well. Longest time, Kachi. I've missed your YouTube channel. We've missed you too, and I hope everything is all right on your end. Hopefully, the case is just that you've been busy. If that's the case, we're happy for you because bills don't pay themselves. But once again, nice to have you back and thank you for joining. Drake Anthony Taylor is the ref. We already know what's coming. Arsenal fans seem to be the ones complaining. I did see a guy making a video with regards to that. They're not happy that it's going to be Anthony Taylor because the last time we played them, it looks like he had a good game, and they hated the fact that he made the correct calls, and then you say didn't make decisions in their favor unnecessarily. But that, what do you think?
Yeah, well, we know last time Anthony Taylor had a great game. Like when we refed us, so they didn't like that. So yeah, that's why they're saying that, the Arsenal fans.
And it looks like the pressure campaign from Chelsea fans, it looks like it has worked because, yeah, you need to talk about those things. And the FA, they hear and see what Chelsea fans think of him officiating games that were involved.
Exactly, and that's why I say the big accounts, they need to push that a lot more instead of pushing negative stuff. Well, push stuff like that actually can make a difference. Can make a big difference for the referees, for the FA, because they see pressure always puts a little bit of pressure on. It makes a difference. Instead, they were posting other stuff about Maresca or this. I'm like, why don't you guys use that power for something properly? And that's something properly something you can actually push out there and put it. Talking about the big accounts that have 500,000, the big ones. Push out the right stuff. Stop putting up negative stuff, and if you're going to do it, put it against referees and that, because that gets seen eventually.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Who says my coach? Everything is fine. I can't complain. I'm grateful. And by the way, sorry, we had a show yesterday. I didn't use Thanksgiving theme. and didn't wish people happy Thanksgiving. I let it on the X, but a bit too late. But I hope we all, those of you that celebrate, had a good Thanksgiving.
Did you have turkey, Coach? Did you cook up turkey or?
I hate turkey. We don't know. I said that so quickly, but the truth, I don't like turkey. But there's a way we prepare turkey meat in Nigeria. I miss that one. But this one here, it's just like it's tasteless practically, even with the gravy.
Well, why didn't you do that at least? Why didn't
Yeah,
you
but
do
it's
that one?
a tradition here. Most people must have it on Thanksgiving Day. Well, we don't. I freaking hate it. We went for more traditional Nigerian food. The most important thing is to express thanks to, you could say, the
Yeah,
higher.
as long as you had,
Yeah.
that's fine. Yeah,
I
just asking,
actually,
just in
I,
case.
ac- I actually love how you two get distracted so easily on random topics.
Oh.
Well, it's relevant, Jay. Come on, it's a piece of meat. It's very
That's him
relevant.
having a jab at us. Don't worry.
Since when hasn't a piece of meat been relevant, Jay? Come on.
Yep, much
Yeah, now
bigger
you
than
have to think
Palmer's
into
injury,
that,
right?
that perspective, right? But yeah, put you up front. We have a football match. Okay, let's see. Pad Gatavitie Inam. Nice to see you. Hello to you too. I do hope you're doing well. Apologies if I butchered your name. But nice to see you here. Thank you for joining the conversation. Wow. My goodness. The
Finally, he's back.
beautiful game. Nice to see you, my bro. But I'm scared
Where have
of
you
reading
been?
whatever you have there. Even I don't trust you. Even if we meet in heaven, I will not trust you to not have a bad intent. Big up my unruly brother. Yo, thank you. At least you started normal way today so that I know it's you. You know, sugarcoating it, just passing through to drop a like. Hope you are behaving yourself. Big up Ngolo Dan. I was gonna ask you for your ID if you say that, but I still, even though I don't like you, let me just celebrate you. I have to be honest.
It's working.
I don't like him, but I just have to celebrate him. Much love to you. I appreciate you finding the time to stop by and drop the like. Hopefully, things are okay on your end. Apologies that I haven't messaged you to see how you're doing. A lot of people, even Glenton, I should by now. I think I'll reach out soon. I don't think I'd forget again.
Glenton's
A
good.
lot of people that I haven't reached out to see how they're doing. Go ahead, Dante. You
Yeah,
were saying something.
Glenton's good. I spoke to him a couple of times.
Okay, you
He's good.
spoke to him.
He's
Okay,
fine.
excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
The beautiful game. Yeah, good to see him back. I haven't seen him for a long time, so I haven't even seen him on the X or anywhere putting stuff. So it's good to see you back.
Yeah, and even I think it was today that Mabas, the first thing he asked was, "Where's the Bluetooth game?" Yeah, turkey is not. No, I don't eat. I'm serious. I don't eat turkey. I don't. I just don't like it. But if I go to someone's house and they bring it, I do, out of
You don't like
respect.
turkey
But
breast, Coach?
I don't enjoy it.
Depends how you cook it, I guess. It's not easy to cook.
Maybe it depends. Remember I did mention that I enjoyed it back in Nigeria quite a lot. There's a way they cook it.
Yeah, because it is quite dry if you don't know how to cook it properly. Like,
Yeah. All right. Cole Palmer is available both for selection or off the bench from Maresca. So probably I think he starts. I'd be shocked if he doesn't start. Let's see if he's gonna play. He's definitely starting. I'd have to say that. If Dante started against Arsenal, okay, you started now. It's that time of the game.
I don't defend Mabast. I don't defend.
Yeah.
I played as a 10 in my career. I don't defend at all, ever.
I was a lazy footballer though. I didn't get to play professional, but I was a lazy footballer. But yeah. Thank you to all of you. Bluetooth again, nice to see you. I think everybody's happy to see you. I appreciate you. What was that? What was it that I was gonna say? I lost it. Oh gosh, I lost it. But if I remember, I'll come back to it again. But I think Jay has spoken about Anthony Taylor, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I think he has. So let's go. He said all work and no play. I'm afraid, but I am well and keeping an eye on all from the stands. A big up, much love to you. Always nice to see you. I appreciate you stopping by to drop a like and say hello. And once again, I have to repeat, Mabas actually, the first thing he said, I think today, correct me if I'm wrong, Mabas was was ask about you. But yeah. Oh, sorry, that I thought you were a defender. I'm not reading that. So here's
Coaches
the
are just
good
not
news.
me.
Enzo Maresca, Dario Isugo took part in the session this morning. Good news for us. That means Caicedo will get much needed rest. That makes me happy. Yeah, took
Did,
part means he's not
did
far
someone
from
actually
returning.
ask if he's available for this game or not? I don't see it anywhere.
No, I'm not again rejoicing about the news of his return for Arsenal's game. No, I don't think so. Yeah, he took part in the session this morning. There's a chance. I don't know.
That's a good sign. That's a
That's a
good
good
sign.
sign. And today's is
Yeah.
Friday, right? We still have Saturday, Sunday. You never
Yeah,
know.
no, because
He
if you're in a
could
session,
be
that
on the
means you're
bench.
part of the main. Yeah, 'cause I told you he started running last week. He was already running last week.
Oh,
He
did you
started
really
training.
tell us that?
Yeah. Sorry.
You said you told me. Did you say that
Yeah,
before on here that he
yeah, I did.
started
I
running?
did. I did. I brought it up. Yeah, like a couple of days ago. He already started training, as running and doing stuff like that, drills last week. But he wasn't involved in training sessions. He just started running. But looks like he must have done well. And if he's in a training session, that means you're pretty much available if you're in the training sessions.
And if he has again, he trains and then probably in the evening tomorrow. He will be on the bench.
Yeah, look, if you have you're in the training session, and he's been out, he'll have a separate test, and if he passes that test, he's available for selection. So that's how it works usually. So hopefully someone will ask that at the press conference, but I doubt they ask any relevant questions these days.
Okay, let's talk about this. And I'm gonna read the report before I say what I think. This report says that mentions Maresca. He is available for both to start and to play. Okay, let's just stop at the moment. Enzo Maresca said Cole Palmer is available to play against Arsenal. Let's be specific here. Let's iron out. You can say, talk about this. If Cole Palmer is available for selection, it's either he starts or he doesn't get to play. It's really that simple. That's what I believe is the case. But Dante, let's hear you.
Well, getting the boot made is a very big signal that he will have a part in this game, because you don't need to get a boot made if that's not the case, unless maybe for the next game as well. But to me, that's a sign that he'll take part in this game. Now, if that's a starter, we don't know. I personally, I wouldn't start him. I think we've been
What
doing
if he's
well.
fully fit? What do you think happens? I don't
He
see
can't be
what he starts
fully
off the
fit.
bench.
He can't be fully fit. He's not fully fit, coach. He can't be fully fit because he was out a long time. Plus, he got this toe, and they're protecting it. They're probably putting a steel plate in the corner of the, making a special boot for like a special boot, so he doesn't get stomped on. But even that, if you get stomped on with that, and you've got protection there, it still can cause damage. So, I think it would be very risky to play him in this game. To be honest, I would put him on the bench. If we need him, bring him on. Worst case scenario, but I wouldn't start him from the start. No, I wouldn't. I would keep going the way we've been going. Let him loose on our next game, Leeds. I think we're playing. Perfect game for him to come back and let loose on. But this game, which will be physical and more running and more physical, yeah, I personally, I wouldn't start him. I'll have him on the bench there for like you said, a bit of psychological, but also it gives you that option. Say we're down or something, you can bring him on the last 15, 20 minutes and just let him do his thing. But it'll be very risky to start him from the start, in my opinion. Lack of match fitness, and also the problem
Before,
of his
before
toe
I
as
go,
well.
yeah, before I go to Jay, let me ask you this: Do referees do they pay attention to whether the opposition players are targeting, you could say, an injured player like Kopama? Like, if should Arsenal players try to deliberately stomp, or you could say step on his toe, on the injured toe? Do you think referees will pay attention to that? Do you think that will heighten their, you could say, subconsciously assigned protection for a particular player? You
That's
there?
very easy to do, coach.
Yeah, go
It's
ahead,
very
sir.
easy to do with the referee not watching. The referee is not watching all the time. It's not hard, and it's not a foul. Like you just calmly stepping on a bit on someone's foot is not a foul.
But I think sometimes you can tell when someone is deliberately trying to do
You can
something.
tell, but you can hide it, and you can do it so many. It is so easy to do. I can tell you now. I've done it myself to other players many times. Yeah, I'm bad. Yes, I did it many times when they had
No, you don't
like
need to tell me. I know you're going to
you know I
hell.
would do that. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I've done it many times, and you can't control that. You can't really. You can't. It's very hard to manage and for a referee to manage it. Yeah, if you see it deliberately done, a bad tackle when the referee is watching, but from corners, set pieces, when you're just pushing around and there, you always get stomped on anyway by accident. Anyway, it happens in a game like 3 or 4 times anyway in a game. But it's very easy to hide to just step on someone. Even you go in front of them and you're just stepping backwards and you step on them on deliberately, you're trying to do it. You can't foul that. It's not a foul. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just part of the game. It's
All right.
yeah. That's
Before
why
I
it's very.
go ahead. Go. Sorry, I didn't know you were still
No, I'm
speaking.
just saying that's why it's very risky, and Arsenal players will do that. I can tell you now.
All right. Before I go to Jay, here, Judge Amaru says it too bad Cole Palmer's game requires a lot of runs and dribbles. Not too bad, I think. If he comes onto the pitch, which means he's ready to play a part. But I think he's going to start. But let's see. The Banter makes a good point. I'm so excited. I love the announcement, the timing, mind game. So I do think he starts, but he looks ready to come on during the Barca game. Was he actually available to play a part, or was he just suited and was part of the bench because he's a club player? He wasn't
Who,
named on
Palmer?
the bench.
Talking about Palmer,
Yeah,
he took part in the training session to be available for the
or wasn't
Barcelona game,
named on
but
the
then
bench.
he did his toe, so no, he wasn't available after that.
Yeah,
He was
that
training,
was a
so
dirty player, and he doesn't need to tell me.
I wasn't. It's called respecting your opponent.
Okay, Jay, coming to you. Do you see a world where Cole Palmer doesn't start this game? Because Maresca, if you let me. I don't know if you want to see that statement again. Let me show it to you. I have to go back to the. Okay, we're still in the on the presentation window. It reads, but it looks like someone is just remixing it here, because using the square braces means that's not the exact words he used.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, using the square
Yeah.
braces simply means that wasn't the exact words the manager used. But if in fact the manager did say that Cole Palmer is available to start and to play, but the same person who said Enzo Maresca says Cole Palmer is available to play against Arsenal is the one reporting that it's important to pay attention. He's also the one reporting that he's available for both to play, to start again and to play. But that's actually some confusing comment. Of course, if he's available, whether to start on off the bench or he's still available to play some. But that's, by the way, Jay. You get the question. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I think it must be the reporters that actively asked him whether he's starting or on the bench, and I think that's where he responds is available for both. Uh, doesn't change much about the whole thing. Look, we all want him to start. He will affect the game for us in a better way, definitely, than any other person in that 10 role, in the attacking mid role. So I would love for him to start, but I agree with Dante. Everything that he said, I agree with him.
You've agreed
The
with
match
him
will
too much today.
the match will be really tight and physical. There will be a lot of challenges, and there can be risk in such a high uh, such a high tech encounter. Anything can happen. So I don't want to take the risk, especially again. I will mention the calendar that we have in December and January. It's really tight. There is a lot of matches, and we will require Palmer's services there. So it won't be wise enough to put him straight in such a match. But I also want to make clear that if Maresca is if he was not sure, I don't think he will say that he's ready for both. He will clearly say that he will be on the bench. After that comment, I feel like there is a chance that he can start. Otherwise, why you want to mention it specifically? You
Yeah.
can easily say that he'll come off from the bench. like he has done many times in the past.
Yeah,
But was
that's
the
too
question, is he
specific. If in
available
fact
for?
he did mention that he's available to start off the bench or to, I mean, if he in fact did say that, but I'm a bit cautious given the fact that uh, the quote was tweaked with square
Yeah,
brackets, which
yep.
simply means he didn't really say that. Maybe it's a matter of interpreting what they believe he said. Go ahead, Dante.
Available for both. It might be available for Arsenal and Leeds next game.
It's a matter of interpretation because
Exactly.
usually,
So we
yeah.
need to see the exact, because when they do that, they usually, it's not always accurate.
But let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. We'll come back to the comment on the screen. This year, Ooh says, I don't think starting Cole Palmer against Arsenal, but we'll see. Amaro says that they already knew about Palmer's toe during the Barca training. He already had the special boot on to lower pressure. Okay.
Yeah.
And this, I don't think Cole Palmer would be starting against Arsenal. We'll find out. He was available, but it was ultimately up to Cole Palmer. Doesn't look like he was ready at the time. Okay, maybe he needed, according to Amaro, but we don't know. Question is, Coach Dante and everyone, did he really injure his toe, or they were giving him more time to catch up of and be ready for the Arsenal game? There's no way to tell, but it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. He was supposedly healed up from his growing injury. He supposedly hurt his toe, which you'd be right to call a setback after losing a FIFA match, according to Kukurea during an interview. I think that Kukurea's comment was just a joke. With Trust Reporter, yeah, let's see. Okay, the second stuff here reads Enzo Maresca on whether Palmer's return will elevate the squad. Duh, who asks such question? I think he will in so many ways. His teammates trust him. That's not to say we don't have a solution. We do. But we've talked about this before, Dante, how look, we've proven that we can do without Cole Palmer, but that doesn't mean we don't need him. He makes us a much, much better squad. Honestly, a lot, as you said, he probably is our best player. We're happy he's back. We need to give him time to make sure he's 100% fit. He has done fantastic in the past, and there's no doubt he will do fantastic in the future. So this give him time to be 100%
He's not
fit
100%.
might be an indicator that he's probably not going to start. Or maybe it's just mentioning that he's not 100% fit, but he could start and be taken off.
Yeah, well, he can't be 100% fit. Like I said, he's got the toe. There's no way he can be. He hasn't played a game since he came back, so match fitness a little bit. Yeah, he can't be 100% fit.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I think knowing he's on the bench would put pressure on the AFC fan. Yeah, not just the fans, the manager himself. Kukurea said it during an interview. Yeah, not sure what to think of it, losing his his toe. Jay, you want to add anything to that Palmer comment there?
About winning mentality, I mean, that's obvious.
No,
You're
not
right.
this
That's
one. About the previous one that Thomas can mention his fitness. Saying we need to give him time to make sure he's 100% fit. That's a key comment right there. That could be an indicator
yeah.
that he might not play 90 minutes. Could start, because even if he's not fully fit, he could start and not finish the game or come off the
Yeah,
bench.
could be, and that's the obvious thing as well. You want your big players, important players, to be fully healed before putting them on
Mm.
the field. And I trust Maresca that he will never take unnecessary or unwanted risk to injure a player. With Palmer, more specifically, because we've already seen the repercussions that happened against the United game, where he started, and that was really the start of his health issues. So I don't think I trust him fully to not take a risk. If he's starting against Arsenal, believe I have full belief in Maresca that Palmer is 100% fit. If it's not, then he will not start. Maresca is the best man to manage injuries of players.
Yeah, my boss think he just probably kicked kicked the table just like how Mourinho kicked the bottle during his time at Real Madrid. Yeah, I remember that one. So Enzo Maresca on working on winning mentality. For me personally, the only way to build a winning mentality is to win games. It's simple. Duh. And I'm not sure who asked that question, and I think we have that already. No matter the competition, some players inside the changing room behave like a leader, and this is important when you have a group like our squad. I think a lot of them have matured into leaders. And Coachila eating Jamaican. Okay. Let's see. Kenya Revolutionary says we need a Murillo in January. Regarding Arsenal, we shall beat them 2-0. How to beat Arsenal? Press them high, high the pitch, exploit their flanks. Kukurea will be key, and João Pedro will be best suited for that game. Maybe that was why the manager didn't play him against Barcelona. Start Caicedo, Santos, and Enzo. Three-man midfield will go a long way. I think. Coachila. All right, let's see. We've talked about that winning mentality. Yeah, but I think that that's, you can say, it's been coming naturally because we won 2 trophies last season. We finished in the top 4, and the way we've, you can say, applied ourselves during games, I think shows, yeah, we don't like to lose games. It takes a lot for us to lose games this day. Enzo Maresca on Parma linking up with Estevao. They can play together. It depends. It depends on the game plan, but for sure they are excited. The fans are excited. Yeah, tell me about it. Enzo Maresca and the players being lifted with Parma's return. Everyone is happy. The teammates are happy. We're all happy. The most important thing is that Cole is happy. He needs to play games. All right. Anything else? Enzo Maresca on Arsenal set piece. That's important. Let's see what he has to say. We try to defend in the best way we can. They score goals and set piece against every team. They score goals against any team. They have a system in place that works very well, and we will try to do our best to prepare in the best way possible. That's the most important thing. It works for them. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks, really. It works for them. It works for them. Enzo Maresca on being ready to challenge for the title. Okay, that's a key question here. For sure, it's different compared to 1 year ago because we spent one more year together. Then again, we are at the end of November, so it's very early. It's important to be where we are now in March, April, and then we will see. These players is 16, 17, 18 months together. They showed many times they can beat teams. So he's not playing it down this time. But he's not saying definitely we are. Dante.
Well, no, he's being honest, just like he was last time. This is the truth. Again, he's being honest. We're in a much better place now than we were a year ago.
Yeah, he's not just saying it for the sake of it. He's driven by facts. Enzo Maresca on the atmosphere at Stamford Bridge. We need that environment. The fans in a way they were in the way they were. Yeah, okay. It's always nice to share that type of moment at the end of the game with everyone. Enzo Maresca on the feeling and training, the mindset and mood. This moment for us is very good. We are doing quite well in the Premier League and the Champions League. We're evolving and growing. This is the best feeling for us. On how the Arsenal challenge differs for that of Barca. It is another big game. We finished the Barca one and we won. It's a good feeling. It is bigger than the last one. I don't know. For me, they are all important games for sure. Beating Barcelona, and if we are able to beat Arsenal, it's a nice feeling. I'm just happy he's not being cocky. He's not saying we're definitely beating them. But Arsenal seem to be confident they're definitely gonna beat us. Okay, Enzo Maresca on tighter credential. It is too early in any case. If we win, don't win, it's too early. We still have 5 or 6 months to go. It will be important when we are in February or March. Makes sense. The same thing, reiterating his comments. Enzo Maresca on Caicedo versus Rice. I think Premier League is full of good players. Moy and Declan, Rodri from Man City, Anderson from Forest, Gyökeres from Newcastle. The Premier League is full of very good midfielders. It is a big part of the battle, but it is 11 versus 11, not one player versus the other player. Enzo Maresca on Arsenal Brainlines, for sure. They defend fantastically. Any team struggles to score goals against them, even to create the chances. They have weapons. When they attack, they are top in the Champions League and top in the Premier League. And that's not a coincidence. They've been good, really. Anything else here on Estevao from causing a headache? It's always good that the ones that start and play do the right things. They give me a doubt. They give me a doubt always for the next games, and that is good. It's a good problem, a good headache for the manager. As Maresca says, Dario, it's a good took part. I think we've addressed that one. I don't think there's anything important to address. So, Dante, anything else you want us to talk about before we call it a day?
No, we've gone through that pretty well. The only thing I did see from Ornstein put out a tweet out that apparently there was a bid for Pedro Neto earlier in the season or end of last season. We had a bid for Pedro Neto, which Chelsea turned down. That was David Ornstein reporting. And I think
that shows we like the player.
Yeah, I think that was Bayern Munich.
Was it from Bayern? The bid was from Bayern?
It doesn't say that, but other people in that, and I'm assuming because they were looking for that type of winger, and they got Diaz. They overpaid for Diaz in the end. They had to overpay. They had no choice. So I think they're the only ones that were looking for that type of player. So assuming it was Bayern Munich, but there was an official bid. Someone actually bid for Neto, and we turned it down at the end of the season.
Yeah, Neto is a key player for us. His experience and selfless, more importantly.
Yeah, I told you, Coach. Most goal contributions, a lot of stuff goes through him. Even may not get the assist or score, but the ball goes through him, and he contributes to those goals quite a lot. Makes the runs to open up play. You saw his speed. He absolutely cooked Kabasi against Barcelona a couple of times, especially that one where he ran from hour and a half, passed him halfway, put the ball in front of him, and just decided to sprint past him. Nearly scored as well. That would have been a good goal. So yeah, he's got that. He's a power winger, and for Premier League, even for European games especially, that's a very important position. No wonder Bayern Munich would have gone for him, because that's something they could have definitely used.
Yeah, let me catch up this news before I read what we have in the chat and call it a day. This is saying a host of Champions League clubs, reportedly including AC Milan and Tottenham, were believed to have shown interest in Emmanuel Emera before Chelsea swooped in with an agreement that gave him one further year in France before making his move to the Premier League. Mm-hmm. And he really wanted to join us, because he could have gone straight to those clubs and be a starter there immediately.
And he did say that in an interview. He said, I had offers from those clubs exactly that you read there. He said that in an interview. I had offers from Fingo, but Bluco, we spoke to Bluco, and we laid out a plan for me to stay an extra year. And he's also going to be captaining the side. And then he will make the transition to Chelsea next year. So it was a play. He spoke about an interview. He actually said it, his own quote, his own words. He said that.
And that simply shows he prefers our projects. But here's that something here, Dante, that report you talked about. Pedro Neto's quality, character, and work ethic, that's important, have generated huge popularity inside Chelsea, while his ability to operate on either wing or flanks, if you prefer, and even centrally offers versatility. You could argue those are the reasons why we probably said no to Bayern. He's not for sale.
Yeah, no. Well, he was a key, especially at the end of last season. We had a great season at the Club World Cup. Bayern would have seen that they needed a winger, so they ended up going for Luis Diaz. Overpaid quite a lot, but that was it. They probably offered less for Pedro Neto, most likely. But yeah, Chelsea said no. He's a key part. He's staying. No, and Pedro Neto said no as well, apparently, which is even better.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you saying that. Let me catch up what we have there and call it a day. Yeah, I honestly think we can win without Palmer. I really like seeing him play, though. He makes it even better. Hopefully, he can bring some magic and opportunities. He's the reason I chose Chelsea as my Premier League team. Wow, thank you. So you're pretty much new. More likes, people. Yeah, we're not gonna get to 200 today. We'll call it a day, except maybe as the outro plays, more people will get to like the video. The numbers might go up. I don't think it gets to 200.
Damn, 4 hours, coach. You milked 4 hours out of me. Wow.
Yeah. And you didn't know, right? You knew. You just enjoyed the conversation.
Honestly, I thought it was 3 hours. I just realized it's actually 3:58.
2 minutes of 4 hours. Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe because you had it in mind to be part of the, you could say, presser conversation.
Yeah.
And
No,
again, your boy
saying.
not bothering you, because that would have been,
sleeping.
bye, Felicia. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
which I
he's
understand.
sleeping. It's not a problem.
Let's get the likes up, people. Like the video. Yeah, we can get there. We're rounding off in a few seconds here. We can get 200 likes. I didn't see that happen in time, but thank you for pushing, people. Good morning, coach. It's been a while. Good morning, Luke Paul. Yeah, it's been a while indeed. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for joining. Lateness is greatness, but we're about to round off here. Big up. Thank you to Jay for being part of the conversation. He was here. Thank you to the captain of the community, in Constantine Dunn. Big up to you for joining. Ty, thank you for joining the conversation. Olupol, thank you for joining. Great lateness is greatness. And people, please go check out Ty's YouTube channel. He will share the link in a bit. Amaro, thank you. Mabasa05, thank you for joining. And the Blue Tifu Game was also here. Kenya Revolutionary, thank you for joining. Drick, thank you. Who else was here? If I missed your name, was also here. If I missed your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all. Cheers.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world that all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side.
Every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for real does, and then with a love this storm, every phone's Estevao, every was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like a soar. Through every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world that all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side.
Every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for real does, and then with a love this storm, every phone's Estevao, every was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like a soar. Through every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side.
Every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for real does, and then with a love this storm, every phone says to bed, and there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like we soar. Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side.
Every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for real does, and then with a love this storm, every phone says to bed, and there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like we soar. Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge to our voices to the light. We love for the team stands strong by our side.
Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, through the Europe dust, and then with a love this storm, every phone's Estevao, there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like we soar. Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge to our voices to the light. We love for the team stands strong by our side.
Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, through the Europe dust, and then with a love this storm, every phone's Estevao, there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like we soar. Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines.